for the 29th time, we'll be meeting with City Council and going over the things that the city is committing to do to make sure we do continue to have herons in our midst. So it's actually a great opportunity to have a conversation with City Council and the bureaus. And when we got the heron adopted, I called William Stafford, who was then Oregon Poet Laureate, and I think he actually captured, and one of the things we're talking a lot about zoning and codes and a lot of technical stuff, especially today. And I think sometimes we kind of lose track of the philosophical and spiritual dimension of what we're trying to do as well. So I just wanted to, it's very short, I'm going to read Spirit of Place, the Great Blue Heron, William Stafford wrote in 1986. Out of their loneliness for each other, two reeds, or maybe two shadows, lurch forward and become suddenly a life lifted from the dawn to the rain. It is the wilderness come back again, a lagoon with our city reflected in its eye. We live by faith in such presences. It is a test for us, that thin but real undulating figure that promises, if you keep faith, I will exist at the edge where your vision joins the sunlight and the rain, heads in the light, feet that go down in the mud where the truth is.
Nice. Thank you. Other comments? Catherine?
I just want to say a quick thank you to the thank you video put together by all of the anti-displacement group and affordable housing proponents. I think that was a really nice touch. And so I want to let them all know that we appreciate, at least I appreciate that, but I think you all did too.
Yep. Thank you. Susan?
No big report because I want to get to the testimony. I was thinking that we could choreograph a new thank you video back from you all. And so just wanted to get your dance moves down. You guys get ready. Okay. Yes, you got that. I also wanted to clarify if you wanted 2 or 3 minute testimony this time around. We had sent out information saying it was 2 minutes.
2 minutes it is.
All right.
Consent agenda, consideration of minutes from 5/12/2015 PSC meeting.
I move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nope. Passes. This is the hearing for the Central City 2035 Southeast Quadrant Plan. It will be 2 minutes of testimony. Troy will give a short presentation, and then we'll have testimony, and then we'll have staff come back up for questions, hopefully.
Troy Doss, Senior Planner, Southeast Quadrant Plan, and Central City 2035. Can you hear me now? How's that? Okay. I'm going to give you a quick overview. I think most of you were here during the briefing, and I know you've all seen the plan, but it's worth just a little bit of refreshing before we dive into it. Our project team is here, so we have people from VPS as well as PBOT, at least in the room, to be able to answer some of the questions if they come up today. And I'm going to kind of hit some of the testimony you're likely to hear on some of the key points we're about to show as well. So as you know, this is the last of the quadrant plans before we go to wrapping up Central City 2035. So we've been at this for about 4 years now, and we're coming into the final stretch. So this will be the last quadrant plan, then we'll move into the implementation phase where we adopt the final package of policies as well as the zoning updates that will occur next year. And the district here it's one district, so unlike the other quadrant plans, which usually is looking at a couple different districts, this quadrant really is just the Central East side. We've looked at some areas just outside the Central East side, and in one case we're proposing to bring some property into the Central City. That's down at the Clinton Triangle, where we have a new station area for Portland-Milwaukee Light Rail. As you may recall, this project actually started off because it was part of the station area planning that was centered around looking at the OMSI, Clinton, and then 2 Brooklyn stations, Holgate and Rhine stations. The focus of the plan overall, the main goals that the project advisory group here shared was really expanding employment opportunities, looking to protect existing industrial businesses from incompatible uses, creating safe and vibrant station areas, and then creating a regional waterfront destination. This is an unusual waterfront we have in the central city. It's one of the few places you can actually get down to the river, and it's one of the few places on the east side of the river that you can get down to it as well. In doing so, we were asked to really hit these main priorities: expand industrial protections, maintain parking supply and management, enhance freight mobility, balance the needs of multimodal transportation, because this is a multimodal system here. It's cars, bikes, PEDs, freight, and transit. And then pursue the expansion of the innovation quadrant, which really started at PSU into South Waterfront and OHSU, across to the OMSI area, and then out across the rest of the Central East Side. And then lastly, we want to activate the mixed-use corridors in this district, because we have a lot of mixed-use zoning that's already here. We want to make sure we get the most out of it. And then we want to enhance the overall livability of the district. So in doing so, some pretty small moves, actually. So this plan is really only proposing rezoning of the station areas themselves. So the OMSI station area, everywhere from Clay Street down to the Ross Island Bridge, would be, and from the viaduct, the Highway 99 viaduct to the river, that area would be rezoned to EX, no housing. So it would really be what we call employment transit-oriented development, which is one of the focuses of this plan. And then the Clinton Station, which is housed between really two residential neighborhoods, would be one that would be more of a mixed use. Could have residential, but still more of an employment transit orientation if possible. The biggest move outside of that would be the expansion of the existing employment opportunity sub-area, which is currently located between Water Avenue and 3rd Avenue. We will be expanding it to these areas you see on the map. So we will be going north of Cooch, the Burnside-Cooch couplet, bringing in one piece of the Belmont Yamhill area that's actually part of the Belmont-Morrison couplet. That's the only part that's not zoned EX. We bring that into this employment opportunity sub-area. We'd also be bringing in the Hawthorne-Madison couplet as well. And then everything south of Division between the two station areas would also have the advantage of having this employment opportunity sub-area. To give you a little more background on what that is, right now that tool allows you to do what's called industrial office. So it's a lot of these new creative type industries that have come along since the adoption of our industrial sanctuary policy back in the 80s. It's been very successful in the area where it currently is in the district. It's created about 2,000 jobs during the recession and after the years after the recession. And it hasn't displaced existing industrial uses as a result. So it's been a pretty successful tool. A lot of interest in trying to expand it. In doing so, though, we want to make sure that we are protecting those existing industries that are there. We're also seeing a lot of growth in residential development in the district, so we'd like to see that some industrial protections are extended beyond what we already have. So there's a notion of adopting a new industrial disclosure statement, which would be signed as recorded as a covenant, which would basically be making new people in the district aware that they're in an industrial district, that part of the characteristics of being there is going to be the noise, the fumes, the hours of operation that you would typically experience in that type of a district. And that therefore, as long as they're operating within legal limits, the city is not going to do anything to stop them from operating. The other thing we want to focus on is, because we have so much EX zoning in the district already that is directly across the street from industrial zoning, we don't really have great tools in our development standards or our design guidelines right now to really address some of the incompatibility issues that are coming up now as we see new development happening. So we're proposing to update some of our guidelines as well as our development standards to better address that interface and make sure that we're not impacting the existing businesses that we really want to have there. You will get testimony on a number of things. So one of them is how much we should be expanding the EOS and what should the allowances actually be. Should they be the same as proposed in the plan, or should they be a little more restrictive? Another thing you're going to hear is there's a number of property owners who are not located within the proposed EOS expansion. So there's this little island here, these two islands that are between the Burnside Cooch couplet and Morrison. Those areas, this area between Belmont and Hawthorne, and then these areas south of Clay, are all areas that we excluded from expansion of the EOS at the advice of our Stakeholder Advisory Committee. I suspect you're going to hear a lot of testimony of saying, why don't we bring the rest of those areas into this expansion as well? But I'll let those people speak for themselves. The next move in terms of land use really is focusing on the station areas themselves. So one of the things we want to do is make the most of this new light rail expansion we have, but we're a little uneasy about what's actually going to occur here and when's it going to occur. So rather than coming in and putting a lot of entitlement into these areas and not being real certain about what's going to happen when, we're proposing to start off with the rezone to allow for mixed-use development but keep the entitlements fairly modest at first. Allow it to be EX with an FAR of 1:1, height of 100 feet by right. But if you go through a master plan provision, you could get up to 5:1 FAR and 250 feet in height. At the Clinton Station, be a little more modest than that. It would start off again at 1:1 FAR and a height of 75 feet, with the ability to go through a master plan to earn 5:1 as well as 100 feet in total height. The use allowances, again, we're really focusing on ETOD at the OMSI station and more of a mixed use configuration at the Clinton Station. The next really half of this plan really focused on transportation. And so we are enhancing freight mobility in the district. It's worth noting that the entire Central East Side district is a freight district. So freight is the priority for every street in the district. It really, you want to make sure that any improvements you do improvements for cars, you do improvements for active transportation, but you don't do it at the behest of freight mobility. And this plan furthers that idea of creating kind of a new layer of higher priority truck streets on some of the key routes, and you'll see those located here. These would be newer designations or existing designations that exist elsewhere in the city that we would be putting here to say these streets are really the most relevant in terms of freight mobility. So even though there are freight streets, we want to even be more mindful of freight mobility on these key access routes. At the same time, we have, like we mentioned before, a high mode split of bikes coming to and through this district. So this area is right on the edge of the inner southeast neighborhoods. They enjoy about a 23% commute to work bike by bike mode split. So a lot of people are coming through this district today, and those numbers are only going to increase. So what we tried to do is look at the existing network we have on the books as well as that we have in the ground and try to figure out how do we better enhance that to make sure we can get bike mobility to the district and through the district, but not impact freight. So one of the things we're looking at here is you're going to hear some testimony, I think, from some folks that maybe we're doing too much towards freight. I think you're equally going to hear some that we're doing too much towards bike. Here's what we're actually doing. In the middle of this, besides the freight designations that go into the TSP, and all the lines that we've shown on the map are additions to the TSP. We're not removing anything that's been currently adopted. We're only showing what we're adding to the TSP. But what we'll show you here is we have 2 new one-way streets that would be put in. A couple is here, another one here, that really will allow better freight mobility east-west to the district. We're adding a number of signals throughout the district. Right now, there's only 3 signalized intersections on MLK Grand, which means all modes are queuing at the same intersections trying to get across, which is a problem for everybody. So by increasing the signalization, creating some one-way streets for that would be more of a freight preference, we can then start making some improvements for bike and peds down on streets like Salmon and Morrison and Harrison to give them more preferential routes as well. You'll notice that we are not combining routes. We're trying to make sure that our improvements really are giving one mode a kind of a preference that doesn't complete or conflict with another mode. The last big issue here, shared parking. We have a parking strategy in this district that really looks at how can we increase the short-term parking availability. Our proposal would be to lift an existing prohibition on shared parking that exists. It dates back to the 70s and 80s when Fairless Square created a park and ride condition over here, which doesn't really exist anymore, but now the ability to share parking from one business to another is actually prohibited by code. By lifting this prohibition, we could open up as many as 4,000 parking spaces midday. A longer-term strategy would try to provide incentives to create structured off-street parking. And then long-term, we'll probably be looking at working with PDC to create some district parking strategies where we would be working with PDC to create actual district parking facilities, above-grade facilities, almost a smart park for employees and customers, if you will. The overall change in this district, and this unfortunately isn't showing very well, but what you'll see is out of all these proposals, what's really happening is the biggest impacts are down at the OMSI station area, what we call the Southern Triangle, and the Clinton station area, and then really trying to maximize what we already have in our EX zone corridors. Those areas will probably be carrying about, if it meets the projections of growth in the district, these changes will carry about 70% of the projected growth. The rest of it is really split between these 2 areas that are really more of the industrial character of the district. In the existing area, we already have employment opportunity sub-area. You're talking about, I think it's like 2,500 jobs over 20 years. In this area, which is everything to the east of the couplet, we're really, I think you're going to hear a lot of testimony about what direction we should go there. We're talking about expansion of EOS in this area, and even at that, we're only looking at about 1,700 jobs over a 20-year period. So we think we're going to be able to manage the growth and the impacts pretty well because it's a pretty modest amount of growth that's projected. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you if you have any questions.
Questions? Howard?
Just a quick one about shared parking. Is that an aspiration or a reality? Can you define a little more clearly what you mean by that?
Well, right now you couldn't do it if you wanted to. So there are ways to do shared parking agreements, and we see them elsewhere in the city.
Shared with who and who is what I'm saying.
So one business who's not fully utilizing their parking, or has an empty lot for that matter, could lease to other owners or other businesses in the district for their employees or their customers. Right now, it's illegal to do so.
I see. So you're just going to enable the possibility.
It would be lifting that prohibition from the code.
Thank you.
Gary?
Yeah, a couple of questions. First of all, on the industrial disclosure, have you had any contact with other jurisdictions that might also be responsible for enforcing various standards? For example, state or county for air quality standards or other health-related standards that are outside the purview of the city's enforcement?
We have not looked at that issue. No, we have no.
Okay, 'cause I think that's something that needs to be done, and I know that when I was at the county, we got pulled into issues within the city that fell outside city jurisdiction, and so to really have full industrial disclosure or protection from industrial disclosure, there needs to be coordination with the other agencies on that.
I see what you're saying in terms of the air quality.
Is that making sense?
Yeah.
So,
Talked to the Bureau of Development Services extensively about this, as well as Office of Neighborhood Involvement, who deal with noise issues. So we're looking at some of the issues that we currently regulate in terms of how we would enforce them. But one of the things we've really tried to reiterate is that you can be a noisy operation, and if you were to move into a residence across the street from one of these operations, you might find that that's a little bit louder than where I used to live. But it might be a perfectly acceptable hours of operation or decibel level inside an industrial district. So what we're trying to make people mindful of is that is going to be a common characteristic and part of the charm of where you're moving to. And so you need to expect that and realize that we are not going to jump to every complaint. Now, if someone's operating well without, beyond the legal limits in terms of what we would do in monitoring decibel ratings, those types of things, yes, we would enforce that. But it's not something we're going to do just because someone's kind of moved into a new place and doesn't like what they've moved into.
Yeah, and my issue is more around the city not being in a position to promise that other agencies won't enforce their standards within that area.
I understand. We can
And
look
so
into
that,
that.
yeah, it's just a caution. A second question is, in reading through the plan, MLK and Grand are envisioned as major kind of multi-use corridors, and at the same time they're envisioned as freight streets. And I was wondering if is there a conflict there?
Well,
The sidewalk cafe and the semi going by is.
yeah, they're also regional highways, so they're more than just a typical local street. They have a lot of it's part of the local highway system. So it is Highway 99. It does connect major freight hubs such as the Albina or Brooklyn Yards with I-5 and I-84, and it will need to continue to do that. But however, at the same time, adding signalization, adding some of those types of improvements are going to slow the speed of traffic down to a certain extent. That will help. Whether someone would choose to have a Parisian-type cafe that pours out onto a street that also has high truck mobility, I think we're leaving that up to the private sector to make that call. But the zoning has been in place for almost 30 years, so we're not really proposing to change the zoning in that location. We're more trying to tame down the speed and character of that area.
Okay, thank you.
Maggie?
Thank you. So following up on that, where those couplets that you indicated the EOS would not be extended to, that's still going to be more traditional industrial.
So all couplets would either have EX or EOS on it. So really the only areas that you won't have EOS would be this space here, 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 and here. So what you find is this area is most easily defined as really the area between Southeast Division and Clay Street, so the Hawthorne couplet. This few blocks here is really the area located between the Hawthorne couplet and the Belmont-Morrison couplet. And then these are two areas that, you know, they're probably more easily identifiable if you're familiar with the district. You probably drive past them a lot, but not ever really go to those areas. And they're a mix of uses. Right now, there's some commercial, some industrial, some industrial service, and some housing for that matter. So there's a lot of non-conforming kind of pre-existing uses. And really, it's worth noting that a lot of this area here to the east is a pretty healthy mix of things that would not be allowed by zone today, but have existed in the district really before the industrial sanctuary policies and implementing zoning were put in place.
And then you indicated the growth, the employment growth. What again is is there any projected housing growth in there? What's that number again?
So district-wide, we're looking at about, the projection for 2035 would be there'd be around 3,200 units in the district total. Worth noting, there's about 1,100 in there today, and about 1,300 either planned or currently being developed. So the overall projection for housing is going to be pretty close to being met within the next 2 years in this district. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not capacity. So one of the things that we know is that's 1,300 units sounds like a lot. The reality is it's 5 housing projects perhaps. And so what you're really looking at is most of that development is occurring up here around the Burnside Bridgehead, and there's a little bit occurring down on Belmont. All of these areas here, and here, they have a lot of untapped capacity for additional housing growth. So the ability to build as many as 5,000 housing units in this district still exists. Our projections are really that it's more focused on the employment end than the housing end.
Gary?
One last question. I was kind of confused by the big box store situation, where those will be allowable and what sizes they'll be. Can you?
So we've put in in your packet, there should have been a list of some additional actions that have been added.
There was.
One of them would be a cap of retail at 40,000 square feet per site. That's been a provision that we've used in the Pearl District as well as South Waterfront to effectively stop big box development from occurring. So we would propose that throughout this district and anywhere that's zoned EX.
So how big is your typical big box store? If you look at a Home Depot or...
They're going to be, around 100,000 square
Pardon?
feet. Around 100,000 square feet.
100,000?
Yeah, I mean, 40,000 square feet is a grocery store. So the grocery store in the Pearl District, for instance, or the Whole Foods, those are 40,000 square feet.
Those are 40?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Chris?
A couple of questions. One is about a specific action item. RC9, apply the EX zone with a no housing provision to the Powell Woodward area. Could you point out where that is and what the rationale for that is?
Is this area here. It is if you were to pass through there on your way to the Hawthorne or the Ross Island Bridge, you notice there's a Shell service station there, a Rose City Veterinary, a Jack in the Box, things like that. It's a mix of really more of commercial uses right now, although there's some that would fall into either a commercial or a residential classification. The idea of not doing housing there was twofold. One, one thing that's worth noting is currently, this area, half of that Woodward Street serves and actually is maintained by ODOT as an on and off ramp for the Highway 26 and 99 interchange. So even though it looks like a local street, it's really part of the regional infrastructure and it has high traffic volumes. So we thought that wasn't a real great idea for residential. The other thing we wanted to point out was that we really made a conscious effort when we looked at inside the Central East Side itself. The boundary, it does not include the Clinton Station. So it's really this area here to the west of 12th. The only areas where we're changing zoning that would allow for residential development is a couple areas up and down 3rd and 6th that are already have a comp plan designation of EX, but are still zoned IG1. We decided to make them whole, but not increase the capacity beyond that, and largely because we felt there's already a lot of capacity for residential in this district, and doing more would have an impact on employment lands.
Okay. And then my second question is more general, responding to the issues around parking management, essentially, and parking supply. I'm very supportive of the shared parking strategy in a variety of places in the city, including here. But it seemed to me there's a missing component given how bikeable this area is from a large portion of East Portland. wouldn't it make sense to have a transportation demand management component and be encouraging less cars, particularly for employees, to come into the district, as well as the other strategies you're pursuing? That seemed like a little bit of a missing piece to me.
Well, I'd say part of it is we are increasing the bike infrastructure quite a bit to allow for that type of thing in terms of better working what we already have, and then adding 2 key routes there and putting some missing teeth in the system too. And one of the things you'll notice is when you're going down Ankeny right now, there's a lot of confusion about how you get to the bridgehead. We're trying to clear that up by giving a cleaner route and safer route. So I think the safety improvements and the wayfinding improvements should definitely help with that. We are really, at this point, still in the trying to maximize the use of our existing parking supply before we move to doing incentives for additional parking. So I think in many ways, we're probably on that. We're going to have to be very mindful about how far we go, and there'll be a lot of conversations about how much is too much. But right now, this district is woefully underparked in terms of its employees and customers. And as the district grows, that condition's probably not likely to change unless we try to better manage it.
Right, and I agree that the infrastructure improvements you're suggesting are a positive force in that direction, but it seems like the programmatic pieces of a TDM program would be a useful addition.
Well, we can have PWAT respond to some of those questions.
Catherine?
You touched on the fact that there's some islands that don't have the EOS overlay, and I know we'll get to hear lots about that, or hopefully we will, I guess. Could you explain to me more, though, what staff's opinion is on why that is? Perhaps my just graphic mind is bothered by islands in the middle of a... Like, is there a reason behind it? Is there an exact reason for where the boundaries are versus...
So if you look at the
else?
map, one of the things that I will point out is there was a lot of desire to move this tool, which has been pretty effective, to other parts of the district. So one of the questions was first, how does this work in the station areas? We already knew we were changing the station areas to an EX configuration, but it seemed logical that these large redevelopable lots down here really were prime candidates for this EOS tool as well. So then we started looking at other areas where that might be possible. The area north of Cooch was a pretty hot conversation within our stakeholder advisory committee. There's a lot of buildings there that are already used as traditional office. There's a lot of buildings that could be rehabbed to EOS overall, because that's really the product so far has been rehab as more than new construction, although that's anticipated. And because it's not heavily dominated by industrial use, although major industrial users are there, such as Fran's Bakery, one of the notions was over time, this area will probably transition to a point to be compatible with EOS. We should do it there. The only other areas where we really looked at were these corridors. So east-west corridors, such as, again, the Hawthorne and Madison couplet, as well as the Belmont piece of that couplet. And then really this one piece down here, which we always kind of leave out, which is MLK Grand. The EX zoning on MLK stops at Southwest Clay, or Southeast Clay. So the thinking here was, rather than extend EX down there, let's extend EOS. Let's do the same on these east-west corridors as a means of allowing for higher density employment, but not additional housing capacity. Now, that's really why these other areas more or less were left out. Now, the thinking there and the plan proposes perhaps instead of this there, you do what was a notion of a ground floor industrial bonus, where if you maintain your ground floor purely for industrial uses, you could do industrial office above. We've seen that product in Hood River, for instance, key developments in a lot of that. You may be familiar with some of the projects they've done. And it was an interesting notion that could be done here. And I think our stakeholder advisory committee largely supported that as an approach here. But as time has gone on, we have heard more voices both on the SAC, not a majority at that time, but increasing voices on the SAC, as well as members from the public saying, I'm in one of these islands. If EOS works across the street, why doesn't it work on my parcel as well? And I think that's a fair question to ask.
If there's no other questions, we'll move to testimony.
Andre?
Oh, Mike.
Actually, I see a lot of people waiting, so I'll state for the record is that I've got a number of issues regarding natural resources, and as I have done in the past, I'll send those to staff in the form of questions and for asking for clarification. Great. And call it good.
Okay. Well, we'll have hopefully some time at the end to ask some questions and get them there. We'll start testimony. Testimony will be 2 minutes. If you've not filled out a testimony card, please do so in the back and provide it to Julie. Debbie Kitchen, Doug Klotz, and Peter Stark. And to get started, we're going to start with the Honorable Don Hanson.
Honorable. That's a stretch. I'll adhere to the 2-minute requirement myself, actually the 1 minute. I really had the pleasure of co-chairing the advisory committee with Debbie, who you'll hear from in a minute. And it's been a great group. We met 13 times, Debbie, I think. Not that I was counting. But the committee was always fully engaged in this, very open, very candid in their remarks, very constructive also. And my sense is that they want to continue to engage today. I think we have a good framework plan. There might be some details to tweak on it here and there, but in total, it's a good balanced approach to the concerns we heard in the district. So with that, I'll look forward to my fellow committee members' testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Debbie, you want to get started?
Sure. Well, I'm Debbie Kitchen, and I'm president of the board of directors of Central Eastside Industrial Council, and also serve as co-chair of the SAC. Okay.
Is the green light on?
Can you crank the volume? Because I don't think it's on.
Okay, now it's on.
Ah,
Can
good.
people hear now? Okay. So Debbie Kitchen, president of CEIC and co-chair of the SAC. And Peter Stark and I are going to both be giving comments on behalf of the Central East Side Industrial Council. We have a number of issues that we've sent in testimony, and I also have copies here today, so I'm happy to share that. But I'm going to talk about one of the key issues for us, and we want to add an action item to the plan that would include work on the Morrison Bridge ramps and maintaining freight routes throughout the city. As you know, the west side quadrant is looking at making modifications to the west side ramps, and that has a huge impact on us, on our freight mobility and freight access to I-5 primarily. We don't have many access routes to I-5 south, and that is a key one. So we feel that that's very important to add that as an action item. In terms of the Green Loop, we are very much in favor of adding safer bicycle ways throughout the district, but we are concerned that the concept of the Green Loop tries to put both pedestrian access and bicycle access and slower traffic and a number of things on one loop through the middle of the district. So we would like to have a little more flexibility in the language to recognize that it is an industrial district, and maybe some of the pedestrian access enhancements could be on MLK Grand, maybe the bike routes are on other streets, but having the combined Green Loop emphasis through the middle of the district is difficult. Another issue that was addressed briefly by Troy is the right to work policy. The industrial disclosure statement that we are supporting is clear, it's not to allow industrial users to not follow any of the environmental or other regulations that apply to them. It's not to excuse them from those regulations. It's just those kinds of complaints where somebody who moves in across the street from an industrial site and suddenly discovers they're in an industrial area, that they wouldn't be able to complain about things that are allowed by law. Or they can complain, but it wouldn't serve as a basis for harassment. So we're calling it the right to work policy. And that is similar to how you have a right to farm policy in some parts of our state. This would be similar, a right to continue the allowed industrial uses. And we already addressed the shared parking. In terms of transportation needs, we are very concerned that there still are some routes that are freight priority that haven't been identified. So we would consider that to be kind of preliminary, and there needs to be more work to reflect where some of the freight routes are. And in particular, there's an issue that's not addressed very much in the plan about loading and unloading within the district. That is a huge issue. So those are some of the concerns that CEIC has, and then Peter Stark will be addressing other ones.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Can you hear me, or is this not on?
Yeah, it's on.
All right. First of all, I think Don is correct. The committee had a lot of thoughtful discussion. I think for the most part, the plan is really well done, and I applaud the staff. Some of the concerns, however, I think are significant, and the detail has to be worked through, I think, or else we're going to find that what we're trying to accomplish is lost. Specifically, the industrial sanctuary as it stands has been a real benefit to the city. It's created a different regional economy.
It's been successful during the downturn in the economy. It's had an increase in employment and employment density, lower vacancy rates, all during the down economy. So this is a different model than the rest of the city in a different district. So anything that we do to tweak the zoning or modify the zoning could have incredibly disastrous impacts. So when we've talked about the EOS, the Employment Overlay Strategy or Subdistrict, we talked about how to tweak it. And many of us on the committee did not agree with expansion in its present state, but expansion in something slightly different. Reduce the amount of traditional office, reduce the amount of retail, which is a gentrifying factor for industrial uses, and limit it to what's currently allowed, which is about 3,000 or maybe up to 5,000 square feet, but not up to 10, which is what the current EOS is proposing. We understand there may be entitlement with the current EOS, and maybe we want to keep that where it's at, but we think that there should be another overlay to address what we think is a better model. Keep in mind the EOS is an experiment. We put it out there to see what it would do. So our thought of expansion of this new EOS throughout the rest of the district to fill the holes that Catherine is suggesting, we would support. But we would only support it if we do some modifications to plug what we see as a gentrification model, and that's a big concern. Another concern we have is expansion of EXD. Even though there's no housing, we support no housing in those areas, but it's expansion into our industrial sanctuary south and southern triangle. We could understand possibly expanding it as far south as Division Place, but any farther south than that is unnecessary and will only remove industrial lands from this EOS model and the potential for additional development. One last comment.
Very short.
All right,
Real
one
quick.
last comment. We support a marine commercial overlay, which is something that has not been explored, that would allow commercial and marine use along the water's edge. We think we could design and apply it here as well as other areas in the city.
Thank you. Doug?
Andre, before Doug starts,
Yeah.
Just a clarifying question for Debbie and Peter. Are your comments on behalf of the Industrial Council?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. So you're speaking based on their consensus?
Yes, and the letter we've submitted is also under board
I've got
approval.
copies here. Do I
That's fine.
give
Great.
those?
Thank
So
you.
is that the minority report?
So we do have a minority report, but then there's also a letter that we approved that's slightly different. And has
We are the minority report, but to send a letter from the board, we needed board approval, and of course, they didn't like everything we said, so we had to go in.
I can't imagine that.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
So I have a question for Debbie as well. First, a comment. I would urge you to come up with a better name for your right to work policy because that has other connotations that I'm sure you don't intend. So some different words might help.
It could be acceptable procedures or acceptable practices for industrial, something like that. That's
Something
a
that could
good
work.
term.
allowed uses. I mean,
Acceptable.
yeah, acceptable.
My question is about the Morrison Bridge ramps. I appreciate very much the need to maintain the connection to I-5 South. But that only requires one of the two ramps. So tell me why the other ramp is a priority for the CEIC.
I think it's, I mean, it is, we still feel we need access from downtown. People, a lot of businesses that are located in the central east side are industrial, services. And so they are going in and out of downtown and using that sort of kind of warehouse space that's in the central east side to go back and forth. And so we feel that we do need those ramps on both sides, but it isn't quite the same. That ramp could be modified somewhat because it's not generally large semis that are making deliveries into the district. It's smaller distribution trucks. But the trucks that are using the ramp, the north ramp that goes onto I-5, those are large semi trucks. And so there may be some ability to make some changes or modify the ramp on the south side that goes into the central east side, but we're really adamant about maintaining large truck access or use on the ramp on the north side of
Well, I was referring to the ramp, it'd be the south ramp on the west side that gives access to NATO northbound. Is that a priority?
Okay, so that's, you go on to north, I don't think I'm understanding your question. It's on the south
So
side.
if it's about access into downtown, right? You've got a ramp that goes to NATO southbound and a ramp that goes to NATO northbound. I understand the one southbound to get to I-5, but why is the ramp to NATO northbound important?
It's a question of being able to maintain the freight mobility to the northern areas, Highway 26 and so forth. I think, Chris, the simple answer is anything we can do to minimize reduction of freight movement is a benefit. Having said that, we've met directly with Melvin Mark and their group, and we're trying to come up with some solutions. I mean, we appreciate the interest to develop, and we think that maybe there is a way to come up with some compromises, but we still want to have some language in the code that gives us some authority to say, yeah, but you don't want to lose freight. You don't want to make it so bad that nobody can move in and out. We need that authority. And again, we're willing to work with them and figure out a solution, but that's why we need this in the plan.
And there are a lot of connections between the Central East Side serves as kind of an area that connects to all the industrial areas. There's machine shops and other providers who do work that connects to Northwest Industrial, the Columbia Corridor, the areas around the port facility. So studies that have been done on international trade and some of those areas that Portland Business Alliance have done do show those connections between companies in the Central East Side and Northwest Industrial and the waterfront.
Thank you. Doug?
Hi. Doug Klotz speaking on behalf.
Oh.
Well, Peter, I want to engage you on the question of 3,000 versus 10,000 square feet. And zoning as a tool for development is a kind of an odd contradiction. What do you fear with a 10,000 foot? In real terms, what would it look like?
Here's the thing, Howard. I believe that already we're giving concession with this new industrial office model, which really is an incredible model. The density is higher than traditional office. So I think you really want to kind of push the industrial office model if you can. Traditional office, however, may have a higher lease rate. And so you're going to find from a development point of view, from a real estate investment point of view, there's going to be higher demand for traditional office, therefore removing the opportunity for the higher for the traditional office, therefore removing the opportunity for industrial office. It's just it's a question of where do you want to put your your investment? Do you want to put it into more retail? Do you want to compete with the MLK Grand Commercial Corridor, which already allows those uses? Or do you want to really focus on what you're trying to attract, which is this new, hybrid industrial use? And I think it's to the city's benefit to invest in that industrial office.
Well, that's an eloquent response. And Don, I'd like to hear, if you don't mind, how the committee felt about that. Was this kind of a singular opinion or somewhat divided in the conversation?
I think it was a common topic, and as we met and deliberated, and there were a number of different opinions about it.
That's true.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Doug, this time for sure.
All right. Hi. I'm Doug Klotz. I was speaking for the city's Pedestrian Advisory Committee, a volunteer committee that looks after improving pedestrian conditions in the city. The PAC endorses the proposed Southeast Quadrant Plan. The Central East Side is important to the city as a location for traditional family wage manufacturing and distributing jobs, as well as newer types of industry, including small manufacturing, design, software, and food preparation. Market forces are driving the demand for residential close to the central city, and a large portion of the Southeast Quadrant is zoned EX to accommodate this. The Climate Action Plan and other regional policies make the case for close-in jobs that are accessible by walking, biking, and transit, which the Southeast Quadrant is an ideal position to provide. We feel that the plan does a good job of balancing those opposing forces, sometimes opposing. The pedestrian infrastructure is challenging to provide good walking infrastructure and biking for that matter, while optimizing freight traffic. The plan provides additional signals at several intersections, which will certainly help getting people through the district and to their jobs in the district. We do support the Green Loop, although a lot of details still need to be worked out. We especially look forward to the bridges, 2 pedestrian bridges proposed, one at the north over I-84 about at the alignment of 7th, and the other one at the south end crossing Union Pacific tracks and Division Street to get from Martin Luther King over to OMSI. So those would be really the key. The routes within the district are less important than having those bridges at the end. We support the tweaks to the ground floor character regulations that the staff did at our request. I do think we agree with Chris Smith that there needs to be more TDM policy in there that says that we're not, just simply accommodating auto requirements is not the only thing that we're going to be doing.
Can you wrap it up?
I am, yes. We will also urge the planting of the broadest street trees that will fit within the right-of-way and allow clearance for trucks, and throughout the district, not just on certain streets, and also not just for stormwater benefits, but also so people can walk in the shade and to reduce the urban heat island effect, which if you look at a map, this district is a big heat island. We look forward to these changes in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you. Mike Tevis, Carrie Strickland, Jonathan Malzahn.
Commissioners, my name is Michael Tevis. My address is 2505 Southeast 11th in the Ford Building. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I also want to thank Troy and his entire team because it has been a tireless, amazing effort that they have set forth to get us to this point, and I really appreciate it. It was an amazing thing to watch how professionally and well done this process has been. I've submitted a lot of my notes for the record, so I'll just jump ahead. We endorse the plan. We're owners of 6 buildings, primarily in the southeast along Division, totaling about 250,000 feet, and we have additional buildable land. So we've made significant commitments to this city since 2004, when this was just a glimmer of hope. I have 3 really major components that we want to touch on. The first is that we believe that the EOS should be extended to the entire district. It doesn't make any sense to us whatsoever to exclude certain pieces and include others. And given that we have over 200,000 feet of this type of space, we have had to turn multiple tenants away that are this hybrid industrial creative type user. The second point that I think is really critical is to add parking. I think we should accomplish adding parking in 2 ways. The first is that I think that there should be consideration of 4 large district parking structures that should be either financed through the city as a public structure or through public-private joint venture. The second is that we believe that some sort of a density bonus should be considered, so that for each additional parking space that's voluntarily added to a project, an additional square footage such as 500 feet per space is added to a developer's plan. Thirdly, we feel that the immediate station areas within 1/4 mile of both the Clinton and the OMSI stations should have an EX zoning that allows for residential use. We believe that a 24-hour station area is critical, both to the vibrancy of those areas and to the safety.
Thank you.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
Whichever one. Carrie?
I'll go next. My name is Carrie Strickland. I was one of the Quadrant Advisory Committee members. I am principal at Works Partnership Architecture, located at 524 East Burnside. I am also in support of the plan. I strongly believe that the expansion of the EOS is critical. The boundaries of the proposed expansion are adequate in the plan, but don't fully do the district justice. Those of us that have been working in and on the district since the original EOS implementation has seen its success and firmly believe that this is what sets the district apart as an economic generator in the city. We've seen an influx of creative professionals and small-scale craftsmen and makers. The East Side is now the truest representation of what Portlanders pride themselves to be. As part of the planning process, compromises were made not to include some of the areas in the IG1 as part of the EOS expansion. I think this move is a mistake. Not only are these areas literal islands within the existing EX zoning, but because of their configuration and adjacencies, they are reinforcing the very conflicts that are referenced in action item RC10 in the full packet. The IG1 zoning in these islands are never are only ever one block deep off of a street with EX zoning, actually reinforcing the conflicts noted. The allowed uses in the U.S. overlay are less conflicted with the EX users. I fully support industry in protecting the central areas of our city for production versus housing, but we need to uphold our mission to look forward to the industry of the future and protect those rights as well. Regarding the proposals by the CEIC that modify the allowance of retail and traditional office in the U.S., the amount of non-conforming uses provide amenities to all the businesses in the Century Side, not just the industrial office users, supporting uses such as coffee shops, sandwich shops, even occasional bank branches or attorneys, provide a means for employees to come to the district and not have to leave the district for lunch or errands. That's it.
Thank you.
Jonathan Malson with with Beam Development, and was also a Southeast Quadrant Stakeholder Advisory Committee member. Our office is located at 1001 Southeast Water Avenue. I was very supportive of the final draft plan that came from staff, but also along with Mike and Carrie, support the expansion of the employment opportunity sub-area throughout the district. You know, I truly believe that the Central East Side should be a focused employment district based on kind of long-term job creation, a broad range of industrial sectors, from traditional industrial users to software engineers to designers of all kinds, along with digital media agencies. Beam Development's developed over 400,000 square feet of industrial office. And, you know, Peter referenced some interesting facts about the employment density. And if you look at the plan, you'll see that through the downturn in the EOS areas, we created 1,000 jobs. And Tyler Bump, the economic planner that provided a lot of really interesting information to the SAC, really reinforced these nodes of job creation, and they were really in specific development areas that were focused on industrial office space. We've signed hundreds of leases for industrial office users in the district over the last several years, and our current portfolio is 100% leased. And I will disagree with the assertion that traditional office spaces garner more rent. I think industrial office space is actually doing very well, and the Central East Side is a very attractive district to these new businesses that are growing and creating living wage jobs. And so I think it's a mistake to not expand the EOS throughout the remainder of the district. While it's grown and flourished and really bolstered the district, while there's no evidence that it's displaced traditional industrial users out of the district that weren't potentially leaving anyway. So I don't think that there's a great conflict. I think there's a tremendous amount of opportunity, and not jumping on that now to expand the EOS throughout the district is a mistake.
Thank you.
Mr. Melson, how do you feel about the request that we keep the zoning at 3,000 instead of 10,000? What's your response to that?
Well, I mean, I think that's a mistake, and I'm supportive of the expansion of the EOS as it's currently modified in BPS's plan, and not reducing it to 3,000. We found that, in order to have, I mean, I think that some of those uses, the 5,000 square feet of, especially of retail, really helps to drive the density of industrial office. It's not the retail that's gentrifying the district. It becomes a service to the industrial office users that are there in high density. And I think it's taking a step backwards that isn't appropriate. We again haven't seen, we've enjoyed those allowances in the district. We're almost primarily industrial office users above the ground floor. So, losing some traditional office is not necessarily the end of the world, because most of the deal flow we see are industrial office users, but, that flexibility hasn't driven out industrial users, so I don't think it's been this gentrifying force. And I think having that flexibility, can help the business model for providing industrial office space. We have to underwrite these deals. We need lenders to buy into it. We need some of that flexibility.
Don?
Yeah, a good quick question about the islands.
Yeah.
I remember when we were going through this, we were all there. The islands were kind of put in place to kind of as a stabilizing measure for businesses that are there now. Carrie, I think from your comments, I'm assuming you think having the islands might actually increase potential conflicts. Did I take that correctly? And
Right. I think just acknowledging that the islands that are left they're actually, I mean, if you're looking at the map, they're only one block off of EOX from either direction.
Yeah.
So a lot of the conflicts that we've been talking about, I think they're just exaggerating that kind of that line in the sand by leaving them as strictly industrial.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Can you say more about what you see the nature of the conflicts being at the border?
A lot of the conversations we had were around the noise and this soon to be renamed right to work issue. Those types of conflicts between between kind of an apartment user or a condominium user and the industrial users that are in the islands.
Thank you. Bruce Burns, Romeo Suzanne, and Sam Sutter. What? No? These are the next three.
Okay. Bruce Burns, I also served on the Southeast Advisory Committee. My company has been a property owner in the district since 1947. I've also previously served on the Central East Side Industrial Council. So I'm here to testify in support of the plan as it's currently crafted by the committee and the staff. But I agree with the amendments. I think they're very thoughtful, the ones that were proposed by the Central East Side Industrial Council. My main concern with this whole process with the subcommittee was to how many new jobs we would create and still retain the industrial integrity, industrial sanctuary integrity and the importance of it. Knowing all along that the definition of industrial is constantly changing, this plan that's been presented to you is congruent with the types of jobs that will be created and supported over the next 20 years. In addition to job growth, improving the livability of the district was also a very high priority, and I think that's been accomplished. With this plan, as you've also already heard, I think there's a great amount of optimism and opportunity to build off from the growing momentum of the South Waterfront area and tapping into the OHSU, PSU, and the Knight Challenge for Cancer Research to encourage that innovation quadrant in the south triangle of the district, which will add even more high-paid jobs, which is very important to our district. Lastly, the mixed-use corridors, especially those along MLK and Grand and Burnside, et cetera, will be zoned, that are zoned EXD, should attract premier development, which will add to job development and livability of the district. So in summary, I'm content with the proposed product with a few tweaks and encourage you to send it along as amended.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Romeo Sosa, and I'm the Director of WOS, Worker Rights Education Project. I'm here to support the plan. I work with day laborers, basically the people who are looking for work on the streets, and also we operate the MLK Worker Center where we connect people with jobs. Looking at also I'm part of the SAC member of the committee, and I just want to thank for the opportunity also for all the members to include the voices of day labor immigrants in this process. For me, it's a very good experience to work with them and to help to have a vision for the next 20 years, and also to consider that the voices of the laborers also they are part of the plan. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Sam. I'm a property manager. We have a family business at Milwaukee and Powell, so 2903 Southeast Milwaukee. and it's an old 1907 building that has apartments upstairs. And I'm coming into the game a little bit late. Everyone else has been involved for a long time, but we're concerned about what the future. We'd like to be able to have housing as a future development. We, be in the little brown area down at the bottom there. So right next to where the across the street from the fire department, we're right between Milwaukee and 10th and Woodward. So I think that the proposed use there that we're getting might be fine. It looks like we get some extra height limitations and other things that might be good. But, we're still concerned. It's like, well, we got 4 generations of family that have been involved with that site. That's, my family. And we'd like to be able to have flexibility. And so when there's changes, like we give up the fire department, we feel sad. That's been there a long time. We've had the benefit of no graffiti for years being close to them. On that site, we still spend $2,000 a year painting out graffiti other places, but and I do manage some industrial buildings that I think really are industrial offices where you can do welding and you can do woodworking. And when you get these multi-buildings that are going and competing, we're basically putting in graphic designers and seamstresses where we had foundry, where we had other uses that were more traditional, densely noisy places. And so I'm, concerned about that somewhat. So anyway, we just don't know. We'd maybe like to be able to do housing there too.
Okay. Thank you. Question?
Romeo, so you're supporting the plan as is with the extension of the EOS. So are many of your workers involved in the industrial activities right in the Central East Side currently? Okay.
Yes, but also I think I can understand the amendment that they propose, and I think I just like our intention. I don't think it's to exclude everybody or a certain group, but I think our intention is how can we include everyone, the voice of everyone. If there is a way that we can work together with other groups, I think will be better.
Thank you.
Thank you. Christy White, Sue Keel, Patty Tillett.
Yeah. And can I use this down arrow? I'll just use the down arrow.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's $1 million. I'm just going to use the down arrow. Okay. Good afternoon. Thanks for having us. I am Christy White, and I'm representing OMSI here today. The OMSI property, as you can see from this map outlined in red, is currently zoned EG2 or has a comprehensive plan designation of EG2. Currently, today, in the EG2 zone, residential uses are permitted as a conditional use. And the code has several criteria that you apply to that conditional use to ensure that you're compatible with the existing industrial fabric that is in the adjacency of the OMSI properties. And you can see that these are mitigating factors to ensure that there's compatibility between housing and other types of uses, residential, employment, industrial uses. What OMSI is here to do today and has asked during the process is to retain that residential option as a conditional use. And why are we asking for that? As you will hear from the next two speakers, limited housing here fits as both an appropriate use and an integral element of that urban design fabric. Housing is allowed today on these OMSI sites. Under the quadrant plan, it would be removed. But the city intends to introduce even more residential-friendly uses and services, not less. Thus, the current conditional use criteria should be more than sufficient to address those compatibility concerns. The quadrant plan, as we've heard, calls for an even more vital mix of office, retail, and industrial, further supporting the possibility of a limited amount of residential uses as a conditional option. The OMSI sites are not adjacent to any existing heavy industrial uses. Instead, as you probably know, they sit amongst light industry, creative office, food and drink, college uses, the Portland Spirit, the Portland Opera, the museum itself, and now a multimodal station area. the expanded Greenway proposal. That invites and encourages more peds and bikes in the district, and OMSI is all in. They support that expanded Greenway proposal, but not without a viable plan for their upland development, and housing is part of that plan. The Tillicum Crossing, it's the first non-vehicular multimodal crossing of the Willamette River. On its west landing, you get 5-to-1 base FAR with a mix of office, residential, retail, and industrial. And here, we believe we're underdoing it at 1-to-1 unless you master plan and removing a current allowance of residential use next to a station area. We'd like a correction of that imbalance and encourage you to fully leverage the large investment in the crossing. And lastly, preserving the option for future housing, it simply protects the existing allowance and turns the quadrant plan into a living document that can respond to changing conditions, particularly as we open Tillicum Crossing. You go down.
Oh, down.
There you go.
There we go. I'm Susan Keel. I'm chair of the board of OMSI. We have been a member of Central East Side since the 80s. We outgrew our site on the west side, came to the east side because there was a property owner that thought this was the perfect place for us, and we agreed because we wanted to be part of that central city plan. We want to be in the center city because it helps us achieve our mission of education in science, technology, and engineering, the jobs of the future. And being where we are helps us with that. We've had good relationships in the Central East Side since the time we arrived. Our campus is clearly ready for development. Oops, not quite. I'm a little on this.
You're already developing.
That's right.
It's all done.
That's right. You can see a little into the future there. But frankly, we have property that you don't have to tear something down on to go ahead and develop. We have surface parking lots. We have a shared vision with many of our neighbors on how that would be developed. Try one more time here. We are right around that transit station. You've heard about the new bridge and so on, but what we're talking about here is an opportunity to have that flexibility for the kind of development that you'd expect to find around any transit station, large transit station anywhere in the country. When you're looking at the waterfront, it's the last piece of waterfront that has the public access kind of opportunity close to the central city, as well as our neighborhood, including things that are the attraction sorts of things. Certainly OMSI and the Railroad Museum, the Opera, PCC, maybe not just an attraction, but it's an ideal place for development, and it's going to be that attractive to people who want to work and live and enjoy that space. And speaking of space, this public space thing is expensive. It doesn't happen accidentally, and you've got to have that shared development in order to make that work along with the development of the waterfront. We're going to have retail. There is some retail now. It needs that retail balancing. We included a hotel in our concept plan as a place for people to stay while they're enjoying the area. But frankly, the housing is important. And by the way, that restaurant right there is the restaurant that's in OMSI. The housing is critical to that kind of flexibility. People want to live there. For us to achieve the development potential for the long-term future of OMSI, it's important to have that in that area. In order to create that 24-hour, exciting, diverse opportunity, we think housing needs to be included in this. If you're going to have that access to the river and the public spaces and the long-term economic growth, it needs to be part of the package. Some examples there.
I am Paddy Tillett. There's a clear distinction between the station area planning and nearby land use planning. Transit-oriented development uses are defined within about a quarter of a mile of the station. The objective is to create a mix of uses that will sustain transit through the 18-hour day, not just during the commuting hours. Jobs, retail, services, and housing create an active, walkable, and safe environment. Remove housing, and the retail and services that are viable become really quite limited. 1 square foot of housing supports as much retail as 10 to 20 square feet of offices, and most industry is even less supportive of those other uses. To suppose that allowing housing near the station will somehow infect the whole Central East Side is to ignore Portland's experience for the last 20 years. Station area planning has not distorted the real estate market here or elsewhere, and I'm thinking of places like Denver and Minneapolis. It's brought growth, efficiency, and vitality to the places that can handle it with least impact on the streets and the highways. Mixed-use development, including housing at the OMSI station, will result in round-the-clock vitality with eyes on the street, making it a safer place at all hours for everyone. It'll complement what OMSI is doing and add access to services for its neighbors, people who work there. Housing within a defined station area is essential to a successful transit-oriented development. It'd be woefully short-sighted to exclude housing because of misplaced fears as to its influence. Planning is about optimizing the resources that we have, so let's make optimal use of our place in the innovation quadrant, contributing to the education, economy, and culture invested in OMSI and in the new station to benefit the Central East Side and the city as a whole. The station area needs to include housing to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie.
You know, that's an open question because it is a market question. What will really be tolerated? And as Christy said, we would need to go through the conditional use process, a master plan, and so there would be limitations set on it according to meeting all those criteria.
Chris?
Well, my question is a market-based question. If this is the only housing in this part of the district, is it really viable as a standalone project, or will the market not care for it?
Go ahead.
Well, we believe so, yes, because it wouldn't be standalone, really. It would be part of that mixed-use development that I described. And this is modeled on successful transit-oriented development developments elsewhere around the country, as well as in the Portland region. So, yes, it would be viable.
Don?
This is one of the issues we wrestled with as a committee, and I think you experienced some of that wrestling. You know, as I do the math on the concept plan, and I acknowledge it's a concept level plan, it's 600 to 700 units, ballpark, in the different buildings. And I think one of the main things that our committee wrestled with is there's no context for it. But I think the context for it, you can't really look at just what's going on today. But by context, where do these children go to school? How do they get there? Is this too disconnected from the existing East Side neighborhoods? But then I look at the West Side, and there's a new building right up against the Ross Island Bridge that appears to be full. Yes. And so, you know, and the other part of this was compatibility with the industrial uses. But Chrissy, as you think about a conditional use permit process, that would give the city the ability to judge the compatibility. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. And there are specific criteria that actually exist now in the industrial bank that's there now. So the idea that this is emerging as a transit station area with more pedestrian and bicycle friendly uses, it only speaks to the fact that you could probably more aptly meet those conditional use criteria, not less able to meet those conditional use criteria. And they include things like the proposal can be designed and developed so that housing is buffered from potential nuisance impacts from uses allowed by right in the zone, and includes a design, landscape, and transportation plan that will limit conflicts between residential employment and industrial uses, won't have a significant impact on freight movement. So all of those safeguards are there in the conditional use process, and the city can choose to take an off-ramp during that conditional use process if it desires to because it doesn't believe a particular proposal meets the criteria.
Great, thank you.
So I just have a question. If you can go to your OMSI district plan.
Up, the up arrow.
You gotta go and reverse it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wasn't doing well before, I don't know.
There.
Okay, so which is OMSI's property, and are you representing all of the properties here or just OMSI?
All of OMSI's.
Just
So which are OMSI's properties? Oh,
I'm going to get you to see the red outlines?
yes.
Those are OMSI ownership, and the Tillicum Crossing is right at the southern edge. And then compare that. And Patty, maybe you can speak more about the master planning effort.
So the things below the Tillicum Crossing are not OMSI residential properties.
Maybe I can speak to that. In the course of looking at a strategic plan for OMSI's own projects, which amount to about 20 acres, we spoke to 30 other property owners and businesses in the area. The theory is just as it's more efficient to look at an eco-district than sustainability within individual buildings, we've looked at the district to understand what the potential might be over the longer term. And to do that, we needed to look beyond the boundaries of OMSI's own ownership. So that really was the basis of the strategic development plan. We could understand what the potential was, and that allowed us to take into consideration the opportunities presented by having new transit access off the Tillicum Crossing, and the influence of the station right there.
Okay, so does it work without the ones that would be south of the Tillicum Crossing? Does your housing work?
And again, the market will decide how well that, we're just trying to preserve the opportunity.
Okay.
So it'd be like 300 versus 7.
Potentially.
Depending
on how they configured it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Linowich, Jim Morton, Sam Beebe, I'm sorry. Go ahead and get started. In the middle.
I'm Jim Morton, and we own the historic Gardeners and Ranchers Association building at 1319 Southeast MLK. Takes up a full city block, MLK to 3rd and Main to Madison on the south. Owned the property since 1987. And in 2002, we took it upon ourselves to change the zoning on the property, go through the zone change process from IG1 to EXD. And we got about halfway through that process, many hearings, consultants, and some costs, and got the preliminary report back from the Bureau of Planning, and read about halfway through it and said, oops, closed it up and said, well, we can't do it. And because changing the zoning from IG1 to EXD would have required that we remove the back dock all the way across 3rd Avenue on the back of the building, which would render the property inoperable for the current tenants then and the tenants today. So just as the Southeast Quadrant Plan applies to my property specifically, which is 108,000 square feet, we'd be opposed to it if it triggered the requirement that we remove the dock across the back of the building. We would support it if it did not require that. I spoke last week with Troy Doss, senior planner, and he verbally assured me that what was true in 2002 is not true in 2015, and that it would not require the removal of the dock across the back of the building and the constructing of a 12-foot sidewalk. But it would be nice if we just had more than just verbal assurances of that, and somehow it was a matter of record.
Jim, can you tell us your address again?
The address
of the property?
It's 1319 Southeast MLK.
Okay, great, thank you.
And it's, as you're going south on MLK, it's just before you get to the westbound ramps.
Okay, we'll have staff look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. There's one right in front of you.
My name is Sam Beebe. I'm here with EcoTrust. We bought 2 city blocks between 7th, 8th, and 9th in Salmon and Taylor. Right there, that red block, Intrepid Marble and the Hesse Ørsted Ironworks building, formerly Custom Stamping. And we want to thank Troy Doss. He's been very helpful in looking out towards food production on those 2 city blocks, and we support EOS. We're in an island, IG1 island, and we support EOS overlay on our 2 blocks.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Anderson.
Hi, my name is Mike Letnich, and I have, along with my sister, 3 blocks. We own 3 blocks near Fran's Bakery, and I'm not too up to speed on the whole plan until just today, quite honestly, but wanted to voice our opinion in favor of the Green Loop and its process of its going through the district. We have 2 different buildings with about a dozen tenants, and they heavily use bike commuting throughout the city. And part of the parking issues in the district, at least and specifically for us, are alleviated by using the bike access into the city and into the Central East Side. And as far as the Green Loop specifically, we would be in favor of seeing it go on 6th Avenue because it's probably just a safer route than 7th, a little more unimodal, and will give a little more space to the freight traffic. And it's simply safer and less noisy. And if you're a cyclist, then it's going to be something that you're more apt to use. I did, just in listening to the other comments, do want to voice my opinion that I think it is sensible for the entire district to have an EOS overlay. It seems like a natural progression for the district. I was a member of CEIC and kind of have not been active of late just because I think that its stance tends to be one that is, does a lot of great things for the district, but is one that seems to be a little staunchly against just evolution in a district that I think could really be an economic driver for the city. A lot of our tenants are software and creative and sort of new knowledge economy people that are youthful and in many ways the future of the city.
Thank you.
For high wage earners. Thanks.
Thanks. Questions? Thank you. Tom Roca, Scott McLean, Barbara Grover.
Hi, I'm Barb Grover, and I'm the owner of a business at 407 Southeast Ivon Street. And I'm here primarily to support the plan and give my support for the work that's being done. Also wanted to really reiterate and reemphasize some of the issues that I see down in the district where we are. My office basically overlooks the 4th Street alignment, which is also the Springwater trailhead. And so our business, which is very freight reliant as well as bicycle reliant, is we import bicycles from other countries and we distribute them all over the country ourselves. So we have large freight containers coming in on a regular basis as well as going out on a regular basis pretty much daily for the out. In addition, our customers are cyclists, their families. And so this is where my concerns probably come to play in regards to the plan. I see a tremendous amount of user transit mode conflict in the district. And so I really want to emphasize the importance of getting alignment and mode care, if you will, correct in the district. I see daily interactions between lost tourists, recreational users, freight trucks, people that work in the district that are speeding in the district. So primarily a transit concern. Secondly, parking is a huge issue in the area where we are. It's between Carruthers and the Springwater Trail. Basically, it's a 2-hour permit parking, and I watch daily as people circle and circle and circle with the bikes on the back of their car. They've come from outside of Portland to visit a regional trail system. They have nowhere to park, so please address parking for the recreational users as well as the tourists and the workers in the district. Finally, I'd want to speak to the lack of availability for services for those of us working in the district. I can only attest to how much money I've saved by bringing my lunch every day to work and making coffee at work, but I can't imagine that every one of my employees appreciates that. When they want to get lunch, they have to be gone a long time. So thank you. Please address the transit modes and their safety.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Tom Ranca from Seven Hills Properties. We have interest in a block at 2nd and Madison and 7th and Taylor. And we're here to support the plan. I think that staff and all the various committees have done a good job putting together a comprehensive plan that deals with a lot of the issues. We aren't supportive of the islands that are created with the lack of the EOS in the 3 areas that were outlined. We think that that should be for a district-wide, would make for much more consistent uses, and I think it would also reduce the conflicts. I think when you're looking at an area that's of this size, to have islands in there will just lead to inconsistencies later, and it's the unintended consequences of kind of doing a spot zoning inside of this with that, I think, need to be heeded. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Scott McLean. I'm a commercial real estate broker and also own some property in the Central East Side. I own a property at 1127 Southeast 10th. I'm directly kitty corner from what will be the entrance to Orchard Supply when the new GOAT box is completed. So my property currently in the current plan is to stay IG1. Across the street will be an Orchard Supply with 200 plus apartment units. On the other side of me is a high traffic bike corridor. And I just see the conflict with the construction that's already started and our parking being eaten up and the trucks on the street. It's only going to get worse as that project evolves. And so specifically, I'd like to see at least a border created for EOS properties that border EXD, especially when there's intensive development like you're seeing at the GOAT blocks. And then as an industrial broker working the Central East Side, I have not seen a traditional industrial tenant looking for space in the Central East Side in 5 years. And there's a reason why, is because the trucks, today's trucks don't fit in those neighborhoods. 53-foot container trucks aren't efficient to go through 40,000 square foot blocks. So they're looking out by the airport. The other reason is lease rates. The creative companies that have come in, and these are advertising agencies, video production, software development, they love these old industrial buildings that for many years were being used for nothing but storage. A full city block might have 2 or 3 employees, and now it has hundreds. And so I see this evolution, and I just think, why aren't we embracing it more and saying this is a godsend to save these neighborhoods and these old buildings where the trucks don't fit anymore. It's going to be more conflict as the area evolves. So I just think we've got this great opportunity, and they've come with a good plan. The EOS zone really is well thought out and fits for the entire district.
Thank you. Question?
Could you tell me more about what you mean as a border between the EOS and the EX?
So right now, you've got EXD and the Pearl District. Think of the Pearl District. That's EX, same zoning. So you want to put industrial directly next to the Pearl District. So that's what I've got in my property. I own the full block. It's kitty corner from the GOAT blocks. So you're telling me for the next 20 years, I can only lease to industrial tenants that fit in the IG1 zone. And those are companies with trucks and with the building I own is the Brassworks. It was an old foundry. And so to me, it just doesn't seem to make sense to be right next to an EXD or downtown zone with this industrial. The EOS is a good compromise, a good border zone.
Other questions? No? Thank you. Cameron Harrington, Carly Rose Foster, Dr. Rose Gertenrich.
Are we on? Great, thank you. My name is Cameron Harrington. I'm with the Living Cully organization, here representing a coalition of 19 community-based organizations that submitted the package of 11 anti-displacement proposals for the comprehensive plan a couple of months back. We're here today to thank you for the collaborative work both from the PSC and the Bureau staff over the last couple of months as we've worked on incorporating those proposals into the comp plan. And specific to the Southeast Quadrant Plan, we'd like to point out that this is exactly the kind of implementation plan where the proposals that we've put forward for the comprehensive plan desperately need to be incorporated into this kind of plan. We've heard today about new transit investments in the district, new housing at station areas, new high-paid employment. We've heard the phrase premier development, new bicycle infrastructure. All of these things we know will have an effect on property values and housing costs. And so this is exactly what we're talking about and what we've talked with many of you about when we say that we need to be studying the impact, the displacement impact of our planning decisions, and also devise effective mitigation strategies to make sure that lower income families will benefit from these kinds of improvements and investments in our neighborhood.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carly Foster. I'm a resident in Southeast Division and 27th, and I'm here just kind of to testify the importance of implementing the 11 anti-displacement proposals to the comp plan. I've already experienced gentrification in this neighborhood, and it's adjacent to the one we're talking about. And all these lines, transportations, and infrastructure will, I believe, directly impact me. And my question is, will I be able to stay in this neighborhood as a minimum wage worker? And I know that my neighbors, people of color and low-income people, will be the first to leave the neighborhood. And my question is, too, if they continue to leave, let's say they move to Gresham, will they be accessing these higher income jobs that we keep talking about? And also, just like I said, I've already experienced rent raise in my neighborhood, $200 in 2 years. So it's about $100 a year. And I'm a student, and so, what kind of, I guess, neighborhoods are you looking to have once these infrastructures come to this neighborhood and affect adjacent neighborhoods? So I just urge you to consider the 11 proposals that are being brought to the table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Dr. Roger Gertenrich, on a slightly different topic. I'm pleased to report on a grassroots project that may actually happen. And half a dozen of us seniors from the South Waterfront, where I live, about 5 years ago began an effort to see if there was support for an outdoor maritime display on the Willamette River, which would be between the Ross Island Bridge and the Markham Bridge, where Zidell and OHSU is. And we've been working on it 4 years. We now have 31 organizations have given us letters of support. One of them is OMSI. We have a number of key individuals like former Mayor Vera Katz, historian Chet Orloff, Michael Powell from Michael Powell's bookstore, and former Secretary of State Norma Powell, who actually submitted the first legislation on the Greenway. The first phase is done, so we have accomplished that. There is tremendous support for it. I just haven't met anybody that is against it, frankly. The second phase is coming up this fall. Park and Rec will have, through Metro, a funding for a grant that will do the planning and design of that greenway called the North Greenway. 5 years from that date, it probably will be the construction time because of the agreements between Zidell and the city. But the key is about this time next year or earlier, the design and planning will occur. And I have finally got the key players convinced that they need to be part of that. And those key players are the Grand Round Confederate Tribes, the Kaiser Permanente, the Zidell Corporation, and the Working Waterfront Coalition, which is about 20 companies up at the Port of Portland. They have all said that they're going to connect with the Park and Rec to be involved with the design and planning. They want to be part of it. And my intention was that they would pay for this display, they would maintain it, and it would be free to the public, and it would be all outdoor right across from OMSI.
Thank you. Question?
Yeah, well, just a quick comment. Pardon me. The Anti-Displacement Coalition offered some amendments. They will be discussed later in the comp plan. That's what you referred to, isn't it?
Yes, but this type of district neighborhood plan is exactly the kind of project that those recommendations need to apply to this kind of process as well. So when we're rezoning an industrial district or a neighborhood, we need to think through what are the effects on the housing market and on the displacement of vulnerable residents.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. We're speaking about all 11 of those proposals, which I know that you've all read and looked at. And we appreciate the support that we've received, but with relation to all 11 of those. And one of them is about community benefits for new development and for upzoning in neighborhoods like the Southeast Quadrant. But we want to reiterate that those proposals apply to the comp plan, but the intention is that they would also filter into these other decisions.
I get it. Thank you. Barry Smith, Jordan Winkler, Ian Studd.
My name is Barry Smith. My address is 715 Southwest Morrison Street, Suite 909, Portland 97205. I'm an architect here in Portland. I'm going to testify and support the comments about extending the EOS throughout the entire district without the islands and spot zoning, and to allow the employment zone designations to keep their housing components in as a part of what would normally be allowed throughout the rest of the city. The parsing that would go on after the implementation of this plan in areas that are excluded will be great and cumbersome and complicated and revisited. It seems to me to make more sense to keep our designations fairly clean and uniform and allow the development of the area and the growth of the area to fill in the blanks instead of us trying to imagine what they might be. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jordan Winkler. I'm with Winkler Development Corporation. We have an interest in a property in the quadrant. And sure. I just want to add my voice of support for the plan in general and also to amending the plan to extend EOS over the whole area. I mean, for all the reasons we've heard already, we all know the sort of the direction the economy is going, the types of new jobs that are being created, and if this plan is to last for 20 years, it should have the flexibility to accommodate the new changes, the digital economy and all of that. And the EOS adds nothing, it adds flexibility, but we haven't heard much about it detracting from the existing IG uses. So I just don't see the reason why you wouldn't add it to to give the flexibility to accommodate what we know is happening. And second, just to give, a particular example is the property I have an interest in, which is adjacent to the GOAT blocks, the largest mixed-use development in this area. And the plan as it is now is my property is IG and is adjacent to, a lot of housing and a lot of retail. And it's just not clear that in the future, when, the current user of the property leaves and a new one comes in, that there will be a classic industrial user that's going to want to be right next to that development. But the type of user who would need EOS and not IG could be a perfect fit there. So I think, not just for me, but for the whole district, it makes so much sense to not handicap ourselves by keeping out the, new industries that we know want to be in that area.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ian Studi. I'm the chair of the Bicycle Advisory Committee for the City of Portland, and I'm here to offer some comment on behalf of the committee. A letter was also submitted that's much more extensive. I'm going to try and, is that on?
Yeah.
It's a little low. Is that better? Okay. You want to start me over? How about that?
No, just keep going.
All right. So, so we have some significant concerns about the approach suggested in the plan for bicycle transportation in the Central East Side. In summary, we'd like to see that existing or planned bikeways identified in the Portland Bicycle Plan for 2030 should not be omitted from the Southeast Quadrant Plan as they are today. We support the idea of the Green Loop and want to see both 7th and 9th Avenues identified as Green Loop routes. We would also like to see improvements and improve and expand the bicycle network to address the parking and constraints and congestions that are identified in the plan. I'll try and summarize these quickly, but of particular concern was the omission of 9th Avenue. The Portland Bicycle Plan for 2030 identifies this route as a major city bikeway, which is the highest classification in that plan. We also find that the focus on east-west routes only is somewhat disappointing because it limits the potential for a stronger connection between the Lloyd District and the Central East Side. The BAC does support the Green Loop as a visionary recreational facility for pedestrians and people on bikes. However, we are also interested in facilities that work well principally for bicycle transportation. Currently, the plan conflates consideration of the Green Loop with planning for bicycle transportation. While the Southeast Quadrant Plan envisions the Green Loop as the only north-south route through the heart of the Central East Side, this recreational facility will need to serve people both walking and bicycling by design. This ignores the reality that combining these modes is not always the best practice when planning for transportation networks. The needs of people walking and bicycling are often different. For this reason, we want to see both 7th and 9th Avenue included in the plan. Is that? Nope, that's me. All right. Well, you can read the rest of the letter. Thank you kindly.
Thank you.
So, Julie, have we received that letter? I don't think I've seen it yet.
Okay. Yep.
Go ahead.
I'm going to raise my hand. So both 7th and 9th, and you're concerned about the Green Loop conceptually because it hopes to combine bikes and pedestrians. Did I restate that accurately?
Mostly. Our concern is that it should not be the only north-south corridor for cycling through the district. So we're asking that both 7th and 9th be considered. And 9th in particular because of its inclusion both in the Portland Bicycle Plan but also the Regional Transportation Plan and the TSP list.
Okay, thank you.
A quick question for you two gentlemen. The conflict you talk about between the EOS and the IG, is that because your properties, as I understand it, are not zoned the EOS currently today? You're in the islands, correct?
Yes, in my case.
And
not in my case, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to start parsing the manufacturing and production definitions in table 140, what is it, 140-1 that is permitted uses, because the definitions are very weak. So if you're going to go and define what permitted uses are in a majority of a district and leave some islands out, I've been trying to make the argument, and I think it might stand, that some of the EOS uses might be allowed in the IG anyway. And I would rather avoid that conflict for, you know, a 10 square block area than have to go through it on behalf of a property owner who gets left out.
Okay. And the reason is because you have demand for that use.
Correct. And I've been working in the district for years, and I have not had an industrial user that's transferring freight forever. What will also happen is you'll get what we've been doing over the last 30 years is get a lot of illegal occupancies in the district, like we're going to call it art studios, and all of a sudden people are moving in. And I'll give you the addresses where that accomplished that in the past.
I know where they are. Okay, thank you. Olga Sanchez, Dale Reynolds, and Mike Redmond. Oh, Dale Bernard, I'm sorry. Olga, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Bao and Commissioners. Olga Sanchez on behalf of Milagro, the Northwest Premier Latino Arts and Culture Organization, and the hashtag CEID Creatives, a coalition of artists, makers, and creative workers we call the Central Eastside Industrial District home. Thank you for the poetry reading and the suggestion for video making. Thanks to Southeast Uplift, Milagro is convening meetings at El Centro Milagro, Southeast 6th and Stark, with CEID creatives attended by artists, residents, business owners, in addition to members of the Central Eastside Industrial Council, policymakers, and press. At the heart of the meetings is the question, will arts and culture survive changes coming to Portland's Central Eastside? Many factors have contributed to the abundance and health of the creative sector in the CEID. The industrial sanctuary designation, maintaining a mix of uses, recognition of the importance of the district to surrounding neighbors, and selection of transportation alternatives. However, being close in and accessible puts strain on the neighborhood, and the following require attention. Affordable work and live spaces and work-live//spaces. Personal and property safety, including sidewalks, lighting, speed control. The perception and actuality of threats to personal security, especially at night. Health, poor air quality, noise, lack of public restrooms. Public spaces, plazas, pedestrian streets. Support for small and mid-sized arts and cultural organizations, specifically for their facilities. Region-wide solutions to address homelessness. And the visibility of the vitality of arts and culture activity in that area. We request an ongoing collaboration between the city and CEID Creatives Coalition on these issues, including the opportunity to weigh in as artists on aesthetic plans. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, son. Hello. Yes, my name is Dale Bernards. I'm the principal broker with Canterbury Commercial Real Estate. I've been an active broker in the Portland market for over 39 years. I'm here representing Lindquist Development, a property owner who owns 9 properties in the South Triangle area, along with Wadmore Properties, who have received a letter. They own a property at 2502 Southeast 8th and Hutchinson Towing at 1015 Southeast Woodward. These parties all support the proposed use for the South Triangle. However, request consideration be made to change the zone into EX. The area is well suited for creative and adaptive offices and within a transportation system where a lot of money has been expended to make this area accessible to both Portland and the South Waterfront. The addition of a planned housing within this area would be great for local businesses. It would eliminate the excessive use of cars in the area and create an active 24/7 environment that's close to the city center. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for hearing me again. I'm Mike Redmond with Creative Woodworking. I own the block across from the Goat Blocks. I am on between 10th and 11th and Salmon and Taylor. For some reason, they put a bike boulevard on the back side of my building, which is Salmon. Very dangerous. People almost get killed all the time. I would like to basically speak for the trucking. We hear a lot about the freight priority, and I've seen the lines drawn through the district of the transit route. I had Donald Hunter and Jay, I forget his last name, come and try to figure out how I can load and unload those trucks in front of my business. We get about 5 to 10 semis a day, and we unload off the sides of the semis. And we were originally designed and built to be there. I moved there in '93. I started the business in '82. I was off of Stark, 14th and Stark. I couldn't work there anymore because I was in the wrong zone. So I moved to the industrial zone, which is where I'm at now. I have 4 kids. My kids are supposed to take the business over. But all of a sudden, there's been all this change, all this new change. And now we're getting tickets from the parking meter maids, and we are being told we can't load and unload in front of the streets. So Portland's trying to figure out how we can legally be there. And I'm asking you guys a question. Where do you want this little Indian? Because I moved once off of where I was to where I was supposed to be, kind of like my new place, which is Central Eastside Industrial District. But now it's being changed, and I hear all these changes, and I have a feeling everybody in this room knows exactly what's going to happen to that district in 10 years. I'm looking for time. I'm looking for time so that I can move my family and my kids if that's what needs to be, because right now I'm being ticketed, my customers are being ticketed, my trucks are being ticketed, and I really want to know what you guys have planned for me to do next as I own the block there.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Mike, just so everybody's really clear, the loading and unloading process is on which street?
Taylor,
10th,
and Salmon.
So all 3 sides.
All 3 sides. I have doors on all 3 sides, and I need to change in reality, because if one is too busy, we go to the other one. And if that one's too busy, we go to the other one, like normal. We work it out with our neighbors.
And and that's kind of how those neighborhoods work. The bikes route is shown on which street?
Salmon is a biking boulevard, and I really pray that you guys would reconsider making them get permits instead of me. I was there first. I was designed and built to be there, and it's the process is working the wrong way. We were first, and that would be really cool if you put maybe red stripes on the streets, and like machines that I own have fingers severed when you put your hand into the cutter head. I suggest that you put up signage showing a bike with a forklift through it, so they understand that the danger of you're in an industrial district, or change the whole district to EX so we can morph out.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know about the bike sign, but the tickets.
Yeah.
I want to hear about that. Is that for being there too long or parking at an angle that's not acceptable? What's the situation, Mike?
I really wish I had the data to bring with you right now. For Anderson Construction across the street, who's building the new complex, the city of Portland makes it very hard for them to build. They've had to go through 4 different permit systems, plus 2 traffic studies. The first one wasn't enough, second one, third one, fourth one. So there isn't a real clear-cut way for us to do business in this district. There's a truck loading zone which gives you half an hour.
Okay, that was my question.
There's a sign that Portland has that gives you half an hour. Then there's permits you can apply for, and I applied for them, and they came down, Donald Hunter and Jay came down to try to address that for us. My request is that we don't have permits. My request is as long as you've got us in the Central Eastside Industrial District, they get permits. We don't get permits. We were first there, originally built to load and unload in the streets. It's in your website. You guys are the ones changing it. I pray that you would actually make other people have to conform with the freight that comes into the district, that services the district, so that we can all work it out together. We do work it out with our neighbors, by the way. When the parking meter officers came down, they did not get called. Nobody complained.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Chris?
So, Mike, as I understand it, you're in one of the islands that doesn't have the EOS overlay proposed. Is that correct?
I believe so.
So, you've heard a lot of people say we should extend the EOS to the whole district. Would that make things...
EXD.
That's what he wants.
No, let's get. That's not even what I want. What I want is for my 4 kids to be able to finish doing what we bought the property to do.
So EOS is partway towards EXD, right? Would EOS
I'm
make things worse or better for your situation?
EOS, EXD, neither one affects me because I'm a woodworking company that has been servicing Portland for over 35 years.
But EOS might change the mix of neighbors that you have on the other side, right?
It already practically is.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
They don't affect us. Scott's property doesn't affect me, and the properties around me don't really affect me. What affects me is the city of Portland coming and ticketing me. We work it out with Anderson Construction to build the site. Their trucks move, our trucks move. That's why we need other zones around us, and I really, really beg you guys to make it so we can just keep working.
So you're looking for operational practices, not changes in uses in your neighbors.
That's my original request.
But how many people do you employ?
Right now, 16.
16. But essentially, if I'm understanding you, the zoning around you is probably going to push you out because of.
And to answer your question more along that line, I have 16, but then we just this last summer purchased the other half of the block.
Mhm.
But now I can't grow. I can't grow because I'm getting the crap knocked out of me by tickets constantly, and I can't have trucks loading and unloading, so I can't call for more trucks. Here's some of the questions. Do you need your trucks to be here at night? Can we restrict the hours? And the sizes of trucks, by the way, you guys shrunk my street 2 feet on Taylor, and you shrunk 10th 3 feet. So now it's going to be even more crazy to get trucks in and out. But the real problem is probably that we can't legally load and unload without some kind of new law that says we can. But originally we were already designed to load and unload.
Okay.
That's what I'm requesting, is it stay that way, and that you somehow help us to just at least work it out with our neighbors.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you. Noel Johnson, Susan Pierce, Dave Ati. Go ahead and get started.
All right. Is this on? I'm Noel Johnson. I'm the managing director for Killian Pacific, and we're a real estate development group locally based here, and have been working in the Central East Side area for a long time. The Nostrana restaurant project being one of the earlier ones, and we're now underway with, we just finished up the Viewpoint construction software project, underway with what I believe is the first ground-up, completely new build for an industrial office project at the old Taylor Electric site that burned. We're also underway with the Goat Blocks project, which many people have been mentioning. So right now, about $170 million of development within the district that we're talking about right now. In total, we have other assets. We own about 8 blocks throughout the area. Our thought was to just be present here to listen. We're in general supportive of what has happened, and frankly really impressed with Troy and the process and the committees that have been working on this. Our approach is to be very long-term. That's the type of projects you see us building, and so I think the plan is crafted, generally strikes a good tone between the balancing of more immediate concerns or maybe narrow interests relative to long-term goals for our city. And so I want to just be here to say we are generally supportive of that. We would suggest that EOS zoning does have some improvements that could be made to it. Somewhat agnostic about whether it and where it should go, but we understand the points both ways. We also appreciate OMSI's position. I think they make some very good points relative to the total public investment and what ultimately long-term would be there. And I'll leave it at that. If I can answer any questions, given a lot of what has been expressed here today has frankly been stirred from my projects. So, questions?
Yeah, why'd you narrow Mike Street by 2?
Yeah, we actually...
Just kidding.
Well, in some ways it's important because we actually widened the right-of-way by our projects. So sometimes with all the change, the facts don't quite get understood. And that's understandable because there's very much quite a bit going on in the district. Yeah.
My name is Susan Pierce. I am chair of Hosford Abernethy Neighborhood District, or HAND, of the board, and represented that body on the Southeast Quadrant Stakeholders Advisory Committee. The HAND board has followed the developments of the Southeast Quad plan and generally supports the plan. We have worked collaboratively with the Central East Side Industrial Council for many years and support the concept of a district focused on jobs and employment. During a meeting last week, board members and neighborhood residents discussed our priorities regarding its effect, and these are comments that came from that discussion. In no particular order, some priorities are protection for the existing homes within the HAND segment of the Southeast Industrial, of the Southeast Quadrant, most or all of which, with a few exceptions from the last few years, predate the designated industrial sanctuary. We'd like to see some sort of protection from the conditional use, non-conforming use curse. And at the same time, a similar kind of protection for similarly affected homes that are just outside the Southeast Quadrant, east of Southeast 12th and north of the UP Railroad, south of Clinton. We support an EX zone in the Clinton Triangle with hoped for mixed use and mixed income commercial and residential development. I've heard a little bit about concerns regarding the loss of, I hear it frequently, the loss of low income housing in our neighborhood. We want to see, that's a place where there might be more. Building height and mass in the OMSI district between Southeast Woodward and Powell and the Clinton Triangle, we want not to be overwhelmed or to find our westward view become a brick wall. In our discussion, there was less concern about building height itself and then the potential for mass on large parcels with a 3-to-1 or a 5-to-1 FAR and 100 to 200 foot ceiling max. We would hope for support then for the designs of these buildings to be linear with interspersed open space, a little bit like what was done in, or much like what was done in South Waterfront, I think, to maintain view lines. And also, we are very much in favor of that open space, public space. The planned PDC infrastructure project creating a left turn.
Thank you. You've turned those comments in, correct?
I haven't had a chance to write a full letter. I realized yesterday that today is Tuesday and not Monday, and because I thought it was Sunday yesterday, and so I'm going to be writing I'll write the full comments.
Great, thanks.
Thanks. I'm Renee Strand. I'm the managing director of Holst Architecture. I'm on the list as proxy for Dave Audie, and I have a very short statement to read. We did submit a letter earlier today with more detail. On behalf of Holst Architecture, an architecture and design firm with Central East Side roots for the past 23 years, we would like to express our support for the new urban design planning for the Southeast Quadrant and urge the Commission to recommend the employment opportunity sub-area be applied to all IG1 zones in the Central East Side. For the sake of implementing meaningful improvements to zoning in the CEID, we feel it's best to take a holistic approach that would apply the EOS throughout the district rather than allowing what currently appears to be more of a spot-zoned approach. Holst Architecture strongly recommends that the employment opportunity sub-area overlay be expanded across the entire Central East Side Industrial District's IG1 zones in order to allow greater flexibility of use and promote job growth while still preserving the industrial zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Howard?
Just a question for the Hosford Neighborhood Association Chair. Do you support or not support the residential siting around OMSI?
The board and residents did not discuss that issue last week, so I can't speak for the board. In the past, we have opposed that. We feel like that The very comments that Don Hanson made, it's kind of an awkward island for families. Additionally, it potentially creates a pinch point for the movement of freight and industry past and around it. That's geographically a pinch point along Water Avenue there. I personally would support extended stay hotels and extended stay housing for people coming to OMSI, the Opera, Oregon Rail Heritage Foundation, which is another one of my hats, the Innovation District, and are there for extended periods of time with those projects. I think that's a good use, but it's not a good place for families.
But the neighborhood hasn't taken a position.
But the Hand neighborhood has not taken a position on that, I don't believe.
Thank you. Brad Maslin, Leanne Roshek, John Miller. Brad left. Okay. So did who? John, no. Leanne Rashek? No. No. Rafano Villeton? Ryan Haskin? Peter Fry? Marianne Swab? Just trying to get someone to move.
All right. Howdy. Peter's here. That's all good news.
I had the last word, but I guess not.
Beat you to it.
Stand back.
Rock, paper, scissors, go.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Ready?
Yeah.
Oh. My name is Ryan Hashigan. We operate a small manufacturing business at MLK in Davis. We really love the central location, proximity to our suppliers, and ease of freight access. We ship and receive freight daily from all of the major carriers, YRC, USF Right-Away, Saia, Estes, all of them. And all of our staff bike to work. Our main concern with our Central East Side location is lack of safe, all ages, bike and active transportation routes through the district, especially north and south. I feel that bike and freight are not in conflict. The freight drivers that we utilize are very courteous and professional around all modes. The conflict and delay that we see for our own freight shipments on a daily basis is not from bikes, but rather from single occupancy vehicle traffic. By having our staff bike to work, we've freed up space for freight parking and freight access in our neighborhood. The district is great for our business because of the central location to our suppliers and staff. We'd just like to see more active transportation infrastructure like the Green Loop, 7th and 9th as options to make doing business and traveling the neighborhood safer for our staff and neighbors and to increase freight mobility as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
So my name is Peter Finley Fry. So I'm doing two things. One is I did actually read the draft back page. I found one typo in it, so I can prove I read it. But I think it's really good. And I've been doing this for a really long time, and they say planning has no vision. Well, I don't believe that, because this is a vision we had 20 years ago when we did the Central City Plan. So that being said, I'm really proud of the planning staff. They've done a really excellent job. Now, I have a little mistake that I want to fix, and this is on a piece of property, and I wrote a letter, so you can just read it. And it's actually tied into the two blocks that are around the Morrison Bridgehead on the east side. One of those blocks is actually a parking lot. The other ones are parks, and so we want to build a project on the east side of that block, high-rise, medium size, and we want to use the property that we currently own on the west side, and this is on behalf of the Bolliger and Sons Insurance Company. Thank you.
Peter, I'm going to ask a clarifying question. I know where the Bolliger's office building is. Is this directly south of that parking lot area right there?
Yeah, it's a half
coffee shop where the
half block. It's where the coffee shop, and it's not a fantasy. It's real. They're actually working with architects to put a building up there.
Okay, thanks.
Here, Mary.
Thank you. My name is Marianne Schwab. I live in the Southeast Sunnyside neighborhood. I'm currently serving on the board of directors at Southeast Uplift. We've been so busy with street fees, parking, the Airbnb, Uber, everything. We have not had a chance to really focus in on the Southeast Quadrant. However, our staff person, Bob Kellett, has kept us apprised of what's going on. I did read the report. I have a concern about the air emissions in that area. In fact, I don't know if you all know that Commissioner Fritz and Salzman and others are considering moving the R2D2 down here. I've marked the X on the map. It's within 10 feet of a railroad track. I'm very concerned about the noise. I live on Southeast 38th. I hear whistles all night long. I've been in vibrations. Was down there the other day with Nancy Tandler as the racks came down. And we counted 6 locomotives, no operator on the vehicle, and we waited 10 minutes. We waited 14 minutes before it passed, and here comes Amtrak blowing its whistle, lickety-split, and it's a very, very busy area. For that reason, on a personal level, I'm speaking for myself here, I would not like to see anyone, I saw the concept plan for OMSI, no 5-story, 10-story buildings for families there. There's no money for the infrastructure for the full-service grocery store. Now, since Mr. Yan passed away and Keno's closed, they've been 18 years without a grocery store, and QFC came in to buy the 14 stores. Nope, they only bought the 12 that made money. They did not buy the one in Northwest Portland up on Burnside, nor did they buy the one on Morrison Street. Everything is dollar, and we don't have any more. We don't have attorneys to go and fight back. Anytime a developer, we challenge anything, we have to collect money, have a fundraiser to take things to LUBA, and I think we've got a good plan here, but again, we need to protect the kids. That's not a place to raise kids, that's not a place to put a school. So that is my biggest personal concern. As for the R2D2 moving in, we really need to talk about that. I cannot believe the city this size has a homeless issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? So it's the homeless people, and they had today they supposedly cleared them out down there with the police.
Which is not on the agenda.
Which is not on the agenda.
Thank you.
But it.
Well, it's on mine. Thank you.
Emma Pellet, Kurt Davis, and Bob Salinger. Again, is there anybody else that wishes to testify? Go ahead and get started.
Hi, my name is Emma Paulette, and I am here representing City Liquidators and Paulette Properties. We own 13 parcels in the neighborhood and have been longtime neighbors in the Central East Side Industrial District. Our main office is located at 823 Southeast 3rd Avenue. As many of you know, the Central East Side is the most park-deficient neighborhood, or the most park-deficient district in Portland. And as somebody who learned to ride their bike down on 3rd Avenue, I'm pretty disappointed that there's not a place for the people who work there to sit and enjoy a sandwich with their friends. So I'm here in support of UD9, UD3, HN4, and UD6. Those all are in support of publicly accessible parks that are privately owned. UD6 specifically addresses a property of ours that we'd like to build a park on, and we're asking for support of UD6 so that we can help make this a reality. I'd really love for all of my coworkers and I and everybody else who works in the district to have a place where they don't have to pay $6 for a latte to sit and talk to their friends. Parks, much like art, offer an opportunity to escape without leaving, and I think that that's something we definitely need in an employment area, as well as with all the new housing that's coming to the neighborhood. We need places to take our kids, places to enjoy and relax, and I think that's really important. I'm also in support of UD7 and T19. Those activate underneath the viaducts. A lot of our properties are underneath the viaducts, and I think the more opportunities we have to keep the people who work in our neighborhood staying in our neighborhood after work, bringing eyes and ears underneath the viaducts at night, whether that's through a night market or activating those viaducts by restricting the right of way, in the evenings will really help cut down on crime and vandalism, as well as our ever-growing encampment of street people.
Thank you. Bob?
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Stomlinger. I'm the Conservation Director for Portland Audubon Society. I served on the other two quadrant plans. There's a lot of good stuff in here, but unfortunately, when it comes to natural resources, the environment, access to nature, it replicates a lot of the same challenges that the West Quadrant plan had when it came before the commission as well. It's very anemic, lacks specificity. It really feels very incomplete, and it feels incomplete relative to the rest of the plan. So in many ways, my comments on the West Quadrant are the same as the ones I'd applied today. In that case, I thought the Planning Commission and then City Council did a very good job of rectifying those deficiencies. I hope you'll spend the same amount of time doing that in this case as well. And it is disappointing that we get this far down the road and we still have a plan that feels like those things have been put off until after the public process. A couple of things, we highlighted a bunch in our letter. I'll just highlight a few here. The introductory sections, the overall goal, big ideas, and priorities don't even mention natural resources or the river. That's astounding. River is the central feature of our city, and it's completely absent from those sections entirely. The targets and placeholders for things like trees, green streets, eco roofs are once again placeholders. I don't know why we're this far down the road and we haven't figured that stuff out. That stuff needs to be integrated in early, not after the fact. Climate change. This plan references it, but there's nothing in here that indicates that the Climate Change Action Plan has actually been incorporated in any sort of meaningful way. We encourage you to crosswalk it. The Green Loop, which I think was pretty well fleshed out in the West Quadrant plan, is just almost disappears in this quadrant. It's not defined as to where it would go. The green elements of the Green Loop have disappeared. I think if we're really serious about doing that, we've got to come to grips with figuring out where it goes on the landscape and what it's going to look like. Otherwise, it's just a good idea that will never happen. Greenway expansion, I really want to highlight this one. The plan says that we'll think about greenway expansion where necessary. I have no idea what that means. To me, it means nothing. I think if we're looking for a really big idea when it comes to natural resources, parks, access to the river, it's greenway expansion. The greenway is too narrow to accomplish the things it needs to do. It's a big lift, but we need to be thinking out 100 years. So I really encourage you to look at greenway expansion as a big idea and really flesh that one out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kurt Davis. I own a manufacturing firm down on about 7th and Lincoln. We own about 3/4 of a block. Been there since about 1988 working there. I bought it in about 2002 when the economy crashed. We have down there 3 apartments, which I guess are non-conforming according to this new plan. 1 art studio, a brewery, a deli, a print shop, an HVAC place, an engineering firm, and then my manufacturing. And I have a parking lot of all things. So I got to fit all that whole thing in about 3/4 of a block. I support the EOS part of it because just because it's growth. And I believe in supply and demand. It's what the people want is what you give them, and that's kind of people need where people need to work. They go down and find jobs, and what's available is open. You start restricting it, and you're restricting growth. And I believe I understand setting rules, so you kind of control a little bit, but you got to be careful what we're doing with it. We always keep talking about what we can do with the area and how can we grow it and how can we make it nicer. And I love that we're even looking at it. Always makes me nervous because every time we do start changing, it never goes the way we think, and it bites you in some other way. So, but that's a lot of it is I'm just cautious about restricting growth because that's what makes the world go round. That's what makes us do what we do. Supply and demand. That area grew back, and the reason I was able to get it is because the economy crashed, and it was such an inexpensive area, and that's why businesses like to get started. And we've started lots of little businesses in this building alone that have now grown and outgrew it and move on, and new little ones come in. So it's an important part of having a small community of industrial, but let's watch how we restrict and what we can. But I do like the EOS blanket over the whole thing. So that's it.
Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, for Ms. Paulette. Did I hear you say that your family is going to create a square block park in the middle of this zone? And then if that's true, who's going to run this park?
Well, that's not true. It's a quarter of a block. So it's the parcel just behind the Montage. As many of you know, the old Cornell's building with all the fun fruit on top of it was taken by the city in 2005 for eminent domain, demolished, and the Big Dig sewer pipe hole is on our property. We obviously can't build over that because the Bureau of Environmental Services needs access to that. And so we'd like to turn something that was a bit of a tragedy for us into a positive thing that helps foster and create community in our neighborhood. I certainly spend much more time at work than I do at home. And I'd love to be able to meet my neighbors more. And I think I could do that if I had a place, a park. And to let you know how we're going to pay for the park, we will be paying for it and keeping it up. I've got an excellent team in place and have been working with planning to help find the right team to build the park. And we'll be paying for that by putting in a parking lot on the other side of the block. So it'll be a park and park. You can park your car and you can come to my park. Well, I didn't solve the whole problem, but I think for that block, we've definitely be a great solution.
Thank you. All right, thanks. Mike?
Yeah, for Bob, you know, every time I talk to somebody, it seems like the number of potential restoration sites and habitat improvement, whether it be enhancement or restoration, kind of changes. And I'm curious what your assessment of the quadrant plan is with regard to habitat restoration enhancement.
Yeah, my sense in reading through it was that it doesn't line up with the West Quadrant right now. It appears that we've had a little bit of shrinkage in terms of the short-term targets. And so I need to go back and really reference the whole plan, including the appendices, to see what it's trying to say. But right now, my sense is that the aspirations of the West Quadrant are higher than the aspirations in this plan, and that some of the different sections of this plan don't line up exactly. I think we're still aiming for 6 overall restoration sites on that quadrant of the river, but the timing of them and how many we're going to do in the first 5 years, I think, is the piece that's moving.
Bob, is one of those sites under the Hawthorne Bridge where the shallow water is? Right in
Yeah, that is. There's actually a couple
There's
of
a
sites
ridge
there,
that goes
and
out
that's the site that the mayor has actually highlighted as one that he wants to move forward with in this year. So it's cool. The West Quadrant plan in process is already starting to be implemented in some
Good.
ways. So that's
Thanks.
exciting.
Other questions? Thank you. One last call. If anybody wishes to testify, please come up. If not, we'll close the hearing. Troy? We'll give everybody keep time here. Maybe 2 short questions. Couple short questions, and then you're coming back
on the 9th.
The 9th. So we'll have a work session and a decision at that point, hopefully. So Gary, we want to start with you.
Questions?
Yeah.
Yes. Troy, one of the themes running through the conversation was whether to expand the EOS, and really talking about the ability of that to expand the number of jobs. Do we have any information about the nature of the jobs and the salary levels for jobs that would be the industrial office versus traditional office, or other industrial uses versus traditional office?
We can provide that by the next hearing. We have some. We have some data on that. I don't have it at my fingertips, but we know quite a bit about what's going in there today. One thing I would point out is it is a 20-year plan, and one of the things that we're trying to do is not make the same mistake we made in the last one, which was, although not to imply the industrial sanctuary policy or implementing procedures were a mistake, but they looked at industry the way it existed in 1980, and they didn't really, the definitions are so narrow, it didn't really allow us to consider a whole lot of industrial sectors that were yet to come. We want to provide a lot of flexibility in this plan to make sure that we're still holding this as an industrial employment sector, but we're not being so narrow about how it is we define industry. So we would suspect there's going to be a wide range of employment levels as well as educational levels needed to fill those jobs, but we can only tell you what we know today. So we can provide some more information about that.
So could you help us to understand the changes between the EOS and the IG
one, based on the the little islands, the spots.
The little
because
islands, yeah.
yeah, just it sounded like, you know, there's support on both sides and maybe a little confusion about what would actually be different. You know, I think there's something to be said about consistency, but if we could just understand what's actually going to be different.
Sure. The IG1 zone is a light industrial zone. It's been around for almost 30 years. It allows for manufacturing and production, warehouse and distribution, wholesale sales, and industrial services. It does allow for some of the other services to come in, such as traditional office and retail, but it restricts them to 3,000 square feet per site. So every site, regardless of whether you're 1 acre or 5,000 square foot site, you're not allowed to have more than 3,000 square feet of either traditional office or retail. Now, there is a conditional use process that allows you to do up to 20,000 square feet of both of those other uses. So you can go through that process to get there, but that's not, and that's happening at times. And it's starting to happen a little more frequently just because the district's now on the map. But historically, that hasn't been a real issue in this district. The EOS is an overlay that we put over the IG1 zone. And in this case, it says, well, in addition to those industrial uses, you can do what we call industrial office. And that's where you would find architectural, industrial design, software manufacturing, and maintenance, this whole other kind of set of creative industries that have come along in the last 20, 25 years. In addition to that, you're allowed to do 5,000 square feet of retail by right and 5,000 square feet of office. Our proposal, you can do more office as conditional use, but our proposal capped it. We said, let's if we're going to expand this everywhere else, let's go ahead and only allow 5,000 square feet of office and 5,000 square feet of retail, and we'll take away the conditional use allowance to get up to 20,000 square feet in these IG1 areas because we're taking away 75% of their capacity. We got to give them a little bit in return. So that was kind of the methodology for this.
So the little islands were meant to protect the industries that are there now?
That was the conversation during the SAC process, yes.
And now do you have a different recommendation?
I have the recommendation that the SAC forwarded to you. I don't believe it's my job. I don't believe it's my job to give you my personal opinion on what we should do with those areas. I'm representing what our stakeholder advisory committee forwarded to you. And I think you've heard a pretty good mix of opinions about what they would do.
Well, that's not very good at all.
Wasn't much of a mix, though.
Catherine?
Perfect answer.
Didn't sound like much
That's
of a
how we
mix.
skip the
Yeah.
job all
Just,
these
Very arrogant.
One question for you, Troy, and then just two comments about when we come back for work session. Was there any discussion about looking at, instead of the islands, that the way you got it, the islands kind of now surrounded by the EXD, almost just the opposite scenario where you maybe change where the IG1 happens so it's surrounded by EOS, such as the northern area, which has gone to all EOS or close to the river, so, you know, to maintain an overall same balance of property, but yet have a little bit more of a buffer. So that's the question. And then just the two comments. When you come back, would love to hear a little bit more about the rationale, which I'm sure you're going to get asked about, behind not having the housing at OMSI. So if we could have a little more of an in-depth discussion about that. And then, again, just more of a discussion about the thoughts that have gone into multimodal transit and all the conflicts that maybe are not occurring, and thought process on how to resolve some of that.
Okay. With regard to the buffer areas, no, we did not really discuss that. Actually, that's kind of a newer idea that's come up more recently. You know, the way you approach it would probably have made more sense if you want to do it that way, because if you look at what's left and you were to do that, you would eat up so much of the area that it virtually wouldn't exist anymore either way. It would be one zone or the other. Your spot zone would be a remnant IG or EX type property, right? So we were really looking for more of a consistent approach and trying to hit either large swaths or corridors. That was really the methodology here. Yeah, so We can bring back some of that info as well. We can give you the more up-to-date rates and what they are. You're going to pay more for an office space than you are for a flex space. It's worth noting that so far, most of the industrial office is going into multi-story development, which otherwise was largely sitting vacant, not being used for this industrial flex space. We see both products going into this district. So you do see projects such as the Molsons are doing, the Beam development projects, where they're rehabbing these multi-story buildings, and they're leasing out at a higher rate. They're leasing out at rates that are competitive with the west side of the central city. The flex space is leasing for less because it's industrial flex space, but you will pay more to rent industrial flex space in the heart of the central city than you would, say, in Gateway or Milwaukee or other places, because you're paying for centrality. You're paying for closeness to your customer base and your supply line.
Comments about the OMSI housing situation. I'm glad they sent representatives today and prompted some thinking about this. A lot of the comments kind of against that were based on two things. One was it's going to conflict with existing uses there. I don't know if it will. Two is that it's not a good housing site the way we might perceive good housing sites for families and kids walking to school. But one thing I'm thinking about is it's a different kind of housing site. It might trend more towards a student housing site than a family housing site. As I look at its location and its proximity to PSU, its proximity to OHSU, and its great transit access. So people don't need to own cars. They don't need to circulate in and out of there. And so I was on the fence before, and I'm climbing down one side of the fence. And I like Chris's suggestion about keeping a set of CUP criteria to make a decision about doing housing there. Because I think those criteria would help us evaluate if it is going to impact people that are moving freight, if it's safe from a pedestrian perspective. I think it gives us a whole toolbox to evaluate the housing against. So I just wanted to make that comment for future consideration, Troy.
Okay, thanks.
There's some other things that came through in the CEIC letter that I need to think further about, but I'll make one comment. The idea of a commercial marine use overlay doesn't make sense to me. It sounds complicated, it sounds difficult to implement, and where exactly do you do the overlay? So, unless I hear a lot more information about that, I don't consider it a constructive idea. Okay? That's it.
Thank you. Most of what I support has been said. I do support a full EOS overlay and would pretty much feel that the dissenting opinion, keeping that to 5,000 feet instead of going up, or 3,000 feet instead of going to 10, is something I would support as well. And I'm equally concerned about the OMSI site, specifically for what you said, Don. For specific uses, it could be very, very creative. And with an overlay of conditional uses that they can meet, it makes a great deal of sense. It's at the nexus of an awful lot of transportation that gets people all over the city, and it would seem silly to make that a restriction. And then I just like a little more creative thinking, Troy. Maybe you've already done it and exhausted all of our brains around those two little zones there on that street that goes from Sandy Boulevard down to 7th. I don't know what
the islands, basically. That's when people refer to the islands. They're usually referring to.
It's a street. I can't think of the
it's
the
old.
name.
It's Old Sandy, is what it is. It's actually.
Yeah, and it bifurcates two very interesting kind of no people's land, and there should be some more creative use around all kinds of opportunity in those two zones that are just white, just blank. Thank you.
So I'd be interested in hearing more about where we've done, assuming we do allow shared parking somewhere in the city, how that's working, if they have to have uses that don't overlap, or if it's more broad than that. On the conditional use permit for the housing at OMSI or in that region generally, I'm intrigued by that. I'd like to see all the criteria. I don't think they were all on the slide that we were provided with. I think that the student housing is an interesting idea. I would wonder about the affordability, just because you're talking about waterfront view properties, so I don't know that that actually would end up being available to them.
So a comment, no surprise, I would support the Bicycle Advisory Committee call for showing the bicycle facility on 9th Avenue. Curious, in the OMSI question, they talked about both a hotel and residential. Is a hotel allowed in the current zoning, or would that also be a zoning change?
It's a commercial use. It's allowed.
And then my big question is, have we done any kind of displacement risk analysis on this plan relative to the comments from Living Cully?
Not to the level of which we heard today, so we can take a look at that. One thing I wanted to just, for clarification, on the 9th Avenue, one thing I did point out earlier, that is one of the bikeways shown in the TSP and the Bike Master Plan. MLK, 11th, 12th, Water Avenue, and a number of other east-west streets are also listed as bikeways. We took the option of only showing those items we would be adding to the TSP, not items that are already in the TSP. The fact that this doesn't show up in the plan does not in any way recommend that it's removal from those plans or that it's being omitted for any reason other than we didn't want to show every single line that's in the TSP in this plan. So is that something you disagree with still?
So I appreciate that. I guess I also have the sense that this plan essentially gives priority to some facilities that are in the TSP, and I'm suggesting that 9th Avenue ought to show a
So show that as a
similar level of
priority street. Okay,
Yes.
got it.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I've been keeping tally, and I've got 22 issues of concern and 15 attaboys. So I think that to some extent represents some of the relative priority to natural resource parks and the Greenway issues. And I guess in reading the vision statement and the stakeholders' priorities, that whole list, the natural resources just kind of didn't appear. And I was curious, is that a reflection of the composition of the stakeholders, or is it a combination of staff work and stakeholder?
What's the question again? I'm sorry, I'm not.
There wasn't in the stakeholder priorities in the vision document, the natural resource end of things just kind of fell off the table. I was just curious if that was a reflection of the stakeholders. And do you agree with that?
I don't agree that it does that. I think we do refer to it in the plan. It's also an element of one of all of the elements of the central city plan, which is, I would argue, probably does currently and will more than adequately address that issue. We referenced it to the degree to which it applied to the waterfront in this location. Was it a big issue to the SAC? No, it wasn't something they didn't care about either. Their focus was really primarily on job development and transportation. Although we had, what I would say was one of the most interesting things to me was, it being an industrial area with those issues being hot issues, I didn't think there'd be a lot of interest in talking about the river or support for doing an active waterfront that had a high habitat quality. Every time it came up, people loved the idea.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody loved that idea. That was one of the things I would say was universally accepted by everybody involved in this process was get the waterfront right. So if the language doesn't go far enough, let us know what we need to do to enhance it. But in terms of is the vision there for it and supported, clearly is.
The other issue I have actually relates to that is I actually helped planning do the original Greenway inventory back in 1984, 31 years ago. And I think we've seen abundant evidence that 25-foot setback doesn't even remotely come close to allowing us to integrate. There's a very aggressive recreation and public access aspects to the southeast quadrant, and there is no way we're going to achieve, this is a comment I guess, all of those recreational aspirations and habitat riparian and to some extent in water habitat. So I'm still curious, and I've asked this question a number of times, when we're actually going to get to evaluating, because the way the language in this says we should evaluate, we should take a look at the 25-foot setback, and it's abundantly clear that it is woefully inadequate to achieve everything that we say we want to in the southeast quadrant. So I'll classify that as a comment, not a question. Okay.
Mike, we did I will say that we dealt with the river during 3 of our sessions, I believe, and Travis from Riverkeepers was on our advisory committee too, which was very helpful.
Yep. Thanks.
I would disagree with everything that's been said.
Did you say you would disagree?
Agree. No, I would agree. I would agree. Yeah, I am. I would agree. Yeah. The one concern I have is the conflicts, and Mike kind of brought it up, and another gentleman brought it up about the loading zone and the changes. And but I'm looking at that in kind of this issue of gentrification of businesses, and it is a TIF zone. And so there is economic development strategies in the plan. It does mention PDC, but I would like to understand really what is PDC going to do specifically to help some of these businesses that have true jobs survive and expand, or if they need to be moved, that they stay in the city and they find alternatives that are successful for them. And that also relates to housing. It seems that PDC has a role in this strategy for housing, and those two issues, affordable housing and workforce housing, seems to be a perfect spot for workforce housing here. The other one that, because of my experience being down here 10 years in the Central East Side, is parking. I think it's inadequate, the parking strategy. This district is growing so fast. I'd really like to understand what transportation strategy is, because without a real and aggressive parking strategy, this is just a comment, my sense is in 5 years, you won't be able to park down here. And giving people the ability to go to parking lots, there's not a lot of parking lots available, and most of them are already parked up at this point. At least when I drive down there every day, they're full. So saying that you're going to now charge them and allow them to do it, I think most people are already doing it, whether the city's allowed it or not. And so I don't know that that's a midterm transition strategy as opposed to doing some district parking and getting ahead of it, because this is, to me, Northeast in 5 years from a parking standpoint. The jobs are coming, and they're coming very fast, and there's nowhere to park. And it also gets to the issue of EOS, because of the expansion of EOS proposed. I guess this is the issue for transportation. If you expand the EOS zoning to cover everything that's been proposed, how do they park the commercial district that encompasses? Where do they park the commercial space that expands? And I'd just like to hear transportation a little more around this issue of parking. Okay. And we can send you comments after this to respond to also. Mike, you wanted to do that, correct? Other questions for Troy?
If we could get those by Friday, that'd be great.
The questions by Friday?
So that we can put them
Okay.
together to get back to you.
Okay. So if we can get other questions you may have to Troy or to Julie by Friday? Great. Thank you, Troy. Thank you. Good work. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll reconvene as a work session on the continuation of the comp plan. Yep. We're going to get started. Oh, Mike, do you have a question?
I do have staff, actually.
Okay. Teresa? Catherine? Susan? We're going to get started.
I have a question.
Yes.
On June 9th, there's a climate action plan briefing. I just wanted to clarify whether that is strictly a briefing. We're not making any recommendations. There's no public testimony, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm sure they'll ask for a letter of support, but it's not a hearing.
Okay.
Are we doing a hearing?
Okay. Several people have contacted me wanting to provide input, so I guess I'll say talk to staff, talk to city council, because it's going to go to city council, obviously, for adoption. And we don't know when that will be yet. When? June 24th. Okay, thank you.
So we will have a briefing on the 9th, and then it will go to council
Right.
on the...
With our letter. All right. Thank you.
Eric?
Thank you, Chair Ba. So we continue the comp plan work session, and tonight there's no overall theme tonight. There's a list of a number of different issues that we've left from the earlier discussions that we didn't get to, and so we're going to kind of systematically go through those and hopefully get to general direction. If you recall, we are in the phase where we're more than starting, we're almost done putting together the actual strike-through and underline version of the policies and effectively the new map that represents the direction you've already given us in the past half dozen work sessions. And that will be coming to you in early June. And so this is our last general work session in advance of having that specific language on the table. So it's kind of our last chance to clean up issues that we still haven't resolved with you and get general direction. On a few of the items tonight, we actually have specific language that we're bringing because we now have it as staff, and we thought it would facilitate the discussion to actually have it in front of you. So we'll just start to transition into that. So we're sort of behind the phase when we were talking generalities, and we're starting to get into more what is the actual language. But the full version with all the language will be, as I said, in early June. Two general sections of tonight's, several sections of tonight's work session. First, we're going to talk about a couple memos that we sent you on Friday that are about specific issues, including the full block zoning or half block zoning for mixed use, open data and broadband. PBOT will give a brief update on where they are with the TSP project list, which you also got in the mail over the weekend. We'll talk about the specific anti-displacement policies that we have on the table. And we brought a memo about verb strength back to you to talk about. So that's that part of the agenda, revolving around memos and material from staff. The second part is to finish the discussion of our consent list that we gave you a couple sessions ago, and that a number of you asked to discuss a few items. And so there's about a half dozen items that we will go through from that. Quite a few of you pulled items related to the anti-displacement policies as well, so we're going to get to that first. So I'm not including that in the second piece of the agenda, but we will get to it tonight. The third element is that you had sent in a list of external meetings that you may have had with stakeholders, and we're going to just disclose that and have you nod that list represents the list to your understanding. That hopefully won't take too much time. And then the final 10 minutes, we'll just go over next steps and logistics as we move into the actual draft and how you'll vote on it and all of that. So a little time for that discussion. Does that all make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, so the first substantive topic then was about full and half block zoning related to our mixed use designations, and I think a couple of you raised that question of is it wise to have mixed-use zoning that's only a half block deep? Should it always be a full block deep? Do we have a policy on that? So this is a little bit of information to inform a discussion of that, and we can verbally just give you what our recommendation is on that at this point. So to give you a sense of this is kind of a typical scenario where you have on the front of the block, facing usually a transit street or some kind of corridor, you'll have a mixed-use designation that often allows 3 to 5 story buildings, and there's some amount of relationship of that building to the houses behind it. And this just shows kind of that typical scenario in a cartoony kind of way. The envelope there that's kind of ghost-like is to illustrate what the height limits are in the adjacent single-family zone, but often those existing houses are built to less than that. So just to acknowledge that there's kind of two issues. There's the fact that the mixed use is usually bigger than the allowed height of the adjacent zone, but it's even bigger if you consider the fact that many of the existing homes are built under the height limit. And that just shows a typical half-block scenario. So one way to avoid this relationship issue is to allow full-block mixed-use zoning and allow that development over time to span the whole block. An example of that, just to show you, one is this is a picture of the Tupelo Alley building on Mississippi Avenue. Actually, you can turn on this PowerPoint so you can see it at full screen. Where you have a full block development that on the front half looks like the picture on the left with a 5-story building, or 6 actually in that case. On the back of the block is the picture to the right where you have 3-story townhouses, all part of the same development, but it's a full block of mixed-use zoning that allowed that. So at some point, houses were on that face and went away. This map shows the map of civic corridors, and the red lines indicate where we already have full block mixed-use zoning on those civic corridors. So we have it, for example, on Interstate and MLK, for primarily parts of Inner Sandy and much of 82nd, a lot of 122nd Avenue. I wouldn't call it full block zoning, but it's at least 500 feet deep, which gets you kind of to the same effect. The block structure is very different out there. Some other areas like Lombard or going down Macadam or Chavez or Outer Sandy don't have that kind of full block zoning, and it's narrower, or Hawthorne is another example of that. Where there's a full block zoning, this is a diagram from the mixed use project, and which, by the way, I think we already announced this at one of the last sessions, but we are in the process of releasing the full concept plan for that. So if you're interested in reading ahead, you can. But this is a diagram from that plan, and what it shows is kind of a cross section of a full block zoning. And the way the current code and our concept plays out is that when you have full block zoning, you still do care about that relationship because you don't necessarily want 5-story mixed use right across the street from a lower single family zone. So we do impose bigger setbacks and some vegetation requirements on that side of the block, or we allow residential uses to have a lesser setback with a step down. So you get that, you have a choice essentially with full block mixed use zoning. You can either have a bigger vegetated buffer, or you can have that side face the street with lower scale residential and have that sort of step down built into your development. And that's what the current mixed use concept plan allows for where there's full block zoning. Where there's not full block zoning, and again, this goes back to the diagram I showed earlier, if you're in a situation, and I should explain this drawing, that's a plan view of a block. So you might have a couple lots on that block with mixed-use zoning, and then might have single family at the back half of the block. So in section view, it looks like this, where you have a taller building. Usually it's not as tall as the second piece because we're talking about half block, but you might have a section that looks like that, and we provide for a step down in the back, usually the rear 25 feet of the lot has a lower height limit that corresponds more closely to the height limit of the adjacent zone. And then this is just a picture of sometimes how that plays out as you have a building with a shoulder that's lower. If you're in a place with denser multifamily development, that step down is going to be lower. So for example, if you had a block with R1 or R2 multifamily development, which has higher height limits, that step down is only going to affect the top story or two. If you're adjacent to residential development that's like an RX or an RH, which is much denser residential development, you wouldn't have any step down because the height limits in those zones are comparable to the mixed use zones. So that's the general way that those mid-block situations work. Another situation that sometimes occurs is you can have zero lot line setbacks at the mid-block if you're dealing with like a one-story commercial structure. And that's, a lot of times that's the case in our existing commercial main streets where you have like a one-story historic brick storefront and it often goes right up to the back lot line, but it's only one story, so it's usually hidden behind some ivy or not much taller than the fence that they would have anyway. That's the PowerPoint, but just maybe to go back to this, we are not recommending you move in this comp plan map to a consistent full block mixed use zoning everywhere for a couple reasons. Primarily, we already have quite a bit, but the main reason is that's really a site-specific or plan-specific determination that ought to be made. As we go back in and do refinement plans or area plans, that would definitely be an appropriate topic to discuss, but there's not really a one-size-fits-all recommendation here because these streets have different situations, and we want to come back and examine those in the future when we do those plans and not set up an automatic kind of situation. It would involve changing a lot of people's zoning to go to a one-size-fits-all situation, and we have other fish to fry in this comp plan, I think, is our recommendation.
Carry both forward.
Allow both going forward, and it's going to be a site-specific situation, and we are trying to better address those mid-block transitions through the mixed-use zoning project, and so there's an opportunity through that project to weigh in as to whether we've done a good job with that transition.
Catherine?
So does the mixed use, where we're proposing mixed use zones, does that cover all the corridors? Where all of the, most of the corridors, let's just put it that way and leave the other areas out. But
right, I mean, this is kind of a generalized map, but it shows generally where we have those full block zones.
I understand it shows we have the full block zone. So but I guess what I'm getting at is all the areas that aren't in red, are those all areas that are being considered to go to mixed use zones?
Those already are mixed use.
They already are?
Yeah.
Okay. And so where I'm going with this, I guess just for my fellow commissioners, is the tension comes between the current code doesn't have, I think, enough clarity on the setbacks. And so understandably so, you've got a single family, like Eric was saying, a single family home up against a larger commercial building, and what's that right balance of compatibility? And that's so subjective that it causes a lot of frustration, I think, on both the residential community side as well as the commercial development community side. So I guess
we're proposing clear and objective setbacks and step downs with the mixed use zone, and that's outlined in our concept plan that's on the street now. I'm sure that there will be both developers and neighbors that are not satisfied with those clear and objective standards. So I'm not going to promise that the issue goes away from design review, but I think that it's going to be much more clear than it is today.
Okay. And are there, just kind of out of curiosity, how many other properties would you say are not in corridors or mixed use zones that kind of have to deal with that transition? So in other words, they aren't shown on this map, but are maybe outside of a corridor that still have an odd situation where you've got half commercial, half
Yeah, well, so this map shows civic corridors. The
Right.
neighborhood corridors are not on this map. So streets like Belmont are an example of that, where that's a neighborhood corridor. It's typically half block zoning. Alberta is similar. It's a neighborhood corridor, and it has, although the blocks are perpendicular rather than parallel to that street, so it's a little bit different, but it generally is about 100 feet of commercial zoning, and then it transitions.
And are those getting cleaned up in the mixed-use zone process
All that
as
is
well?
still part of the mixed-use zoning code, yeah. So you're going to get, anywhere there's a commercial zone today outside the central city, we're going to be dealing with that in the mixed-use zone project.
Okay.
Are we comfortable with the direction? Yeah.
Make it so.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Think we're
Eric.
good?
Okay, and
Thank
you'll,
you, Eric.
again, you'll
I
hear much.
appreciate the indulgence.
You'll hear much more about this in the mixed-use project as we move forward. The next item was open data and broadband, and this is something that Commissioner Smith brought up, and that we've had a number of conversations about. We have a memo that should be in front of you that has that outlined, dated May 21st. I guess what I would do is just point out that it has a couple different sections. Most of this relates to Chapter 2, which is the public involvement chapter, and Chapter 8, which is the public facilities chapter. And it relates to both open data and broadband. The memo basically starts out by noting where we currently have city policy, although not necessarily in the comp plan. Then moves on to citing some policies suggested by open data stakeholders, which is the first box on page 3. Staff did not recommend including this whole suite, but we did propose what I would describe as a more concise version of that on the next page, which condenses it down to some of the issues that most directly relate to Chapter 2 and land use decisions. The next section dealing with Chapter 8, there's some changes to Goal 8L as well as policies 8.113 and 8.114. We recommended those changes. The additional changes that are outlined on the final page, 114A through E, were additional sub-policies that the stakeholder group had recommended that staff is not recommending. Much of this discussion relates back to our broader theme of what is comp plan material and what is land use versus other relevant city policies. And so we've tried to point out where there is room and where policies exist. This might be a situation where the commission wishes to weigh in about what should be good city policy, even if it isn't comp plan policy. So I'll stop talking and let you all, and maybe Commissioner Smith would start.
Well, I guess first I want to express a little frustration about process. I provided my recommendations and the stakeholder group recommendations probably almost 6 months ago now, while the public comment period was still open. And to get this memo on the Friday before a long weekend before we were going to meet with really no time to process it is a little challenging to me. I guess I still feel good about the full set of recommendations, and I don't think I'm coming out of left field with this. I've been following the national discussion, and other cities are putting these policies in their comp plans. I think we may have a challenge here with the Oregon land use planning system and LCDC and LUBA, and I understand that staff has trepidation about tying these into that system, but I think they're still good policy. And I think they're forward-thinking policy. It's interesting to me that we apparently feel comfortable putting in language about benefit agreements and tenants' rights education, which are not traditional land use policies, but we're going to talk about that under anti-displacement. I think that's perfectly appropriate, and I support them. I don't know why digital inclusion is not in the same category. So I guess I would hope that the commission would join me in supporting the full set of recommended policies, and if so, great. If the commission is not comfortable going there tonight, I would ask that we hold this over so I can meet with staff and get into the details a little bit deeper. So those are my thoughts.
Teresa.
So I have just a general comment about applicability of this kind of thing in the comp plan. I think info sharing is an infrastructure issue for cities of the future or the current. You know, how we can get information to flow is almost as important as how we can get trucks to get down streets. So the level of detail at which it should be specified, I don't have a comment on, but the fact that it should be included in some form, I think, is very important.
Other comments? I would agree with Chris. I just, on policy 8.114, we have encourage. And if you jump to the memo on verbs, read and encourage, get a little ahead of ourselves. But then you go to the back page of 8.14A, B, C, and D. They're all provide, support. And so it seems that we're asking to do more and provide, which is a higher level than encourage. And it seems disjointed that it should be almost ensure. And I would agree with Teresa that this is, it may, I understand there's a policy issue here, but at the same time, it seems like almost a mandatory that we ensure everybody has this access and that it's mandatory almost that the city provide that with anybody coming in to our system. So I don't know, Chris, do you want to just take care of it? Or work with staff, I guess, from that standpoint in terms of?
I would be happy to work with staff to refine the language, absolutely.
I'd like to just make, it's just us, but many of these items in here talk about providing city financing or providing very specific, and when you, I just really do want to look at the verbs and look at the level of commitment to that at this point versus some of the other arenas, whether it's transportation or housing or environmental issues, or job creation or training or those other kinds of things. Because we tend to, I think it's important for us, and we'll do this when we look at the verb thing again, in some cases, we want to say words like provide, but we can't say it in every case unless we're going to be able to show the financial capacity and ability of the city to go to that. I mean, you could, but it seems very unlikely that that's really what you mean, that everything is a priority. And so I think that's sort of the looking at the language. And what staff was trying to do with policy 2.11 on open data was to take sort of this very specific implications around open data and make it just a little more general. And so I guess it does make sense for us to hold this over, but it also makes sense for this not to just, I don't want any of our issues to just be one or two people issues, and that it's kind of hard one to understand for some folks. I really agree with Chris and Teresa that the movement of information is a substitute for moving people, and therefore helps us to get to all of our goals, whether it's carbon emissions or reducing VMT or anything else. And so it's super important, but it's kind of hard to understand, I think, for some of you, in that you haven't, not that it's hard to understand, but it hasn't been something that's a priority or easy to think about in the comp plan. So maybe we'll take a little look at it and then come back with a little bit fuller discussion. And if you can think about it in terms of how you're looking at other issues and the verbs we're using, I think that'd be great.
Mike?
Well, I appreciate the fact that Chris is willing to work with staff, and I would put myself in the category of not really understanding the issue that well. And so I would welcome self-education myself. And I was actually prepared to make a motion to adopt all these so we get into the conversation, but it sounds like we'll have the conversation after Chris has had an opportunity to talk with staff. And I just look forward to becoming better educated on the issue, frankly.
Okay, to make a comment. So when we come back and we talk about it again, I would like to talk more specifically about the trade-off of including in the comp plan versus in the other bucket of things that we think are a good idea, but don't necessarily need to live in the comprehensive plan, because clearly there's an issue going on here in terms of, I think there's, to the extent we understand it, there's some consensus that we want to make information available to people. But there are issues of, are we going to trip over ourselves later on by putting it here versus somewhere else? And so I think we just need to dig into that a little bit more without necessarily giving people a blueprint for how to challenge the comp plan.
And part of what I'd be looking for is if, in fact, there are elements that are not appropriate for whatever reason in the comp plan, what is the mechanism, what is the vehicle that is available to us? And one of the things we said as a commission is we wanted to be proactive, we wanted to be advocates, and this is pushing the envelope, and I think that's a good thing.
Good. All good comments. So we'll hold this over, work with Chris. Teresa, do you want to work with him?
That was going to be my request. I'd like to have 2 people or 3.
There you
so
go. Thank you.
So just to be specific about when this would come back, our next session is on June 9th, so it would be predicated on us meeting probably in the next week and discussing it so that we have time to get ready for that.
Okay.
Part of that might be just I think maybe we did this in the very first meeting or something about what does it mean to be in the comprehensive plan, and what does that set up in terms of legal rights and abilities for the public to challenge things. And so we should probably kind of reiterate that as part of this discussion. That work?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the next topic on our list was TSP project update. So do we have a Portland Transportation representative?
Hello, Commissioners. Peter Hurley with the Bureau of Transportation. You received a packet of information that Julie sent out earlier. The main document in that is a memo. Can't miss it with the logo on the top there, 6-page memo. And I'll give you a moment to look through your stack to exactly. Our logo is very prominent now. Okay, I will talk you through what's in here. So this is a revision, a recommendation from the staff that revises the January 30th memo that we sent to you that included 3 main components. One of that is the major projects list, one is the citywide programs, and one is the financial chapter. And most of these are in response to comments that we received. We received about 1,300 comments from individuals, organizations, agencies, from you. And in response to that, we took a look at many of the projects that people commented on. We took a look at the citywide programs, and we made revisions to those. Most of the revisions are relatively modest, but there is I'll describe a type of revision that was fairly common. So many people commented that the projects that were on the list were often very large and too expensive to be included on the constrained list, the list that we think that we can afford with a reasonable revenue forecast in the 20-year period. And so we went through and took a look at projects where people recommended a rescoping or a phasing or a segmenting, where we could, for example, take a look at a sidewalk and a bicycle facility on one side of the street rather than on both sides. And a place where you have limited right-of-way or very expensive stormwater facilities, something like that would allow for safety improvements, mobility improvements, in a more affordable manner. So we looked at projects that people recommended for rescoping or phasing, where we might include the first phase of a project on the constrained list, but the second phase on the unconstrained list. And as a result, because there were quite a few projects, particularly in Southwest Portland, but also some in other parts of the city, as a result, we were able to include more projects on the constrained list, albeit smaller projects. So that is a set of projects that when you take a look, if you want to dig into the details, we have included in the email a list of all of the projects and all of the citywide programs, and any change to that list is highlighted in yellow. So in some cases, it's a change in the project description. In other cases, because we were able to move a project onto the constrained list, you'll see it listed as a constrained project. In other cases, we changed the cost of a project as a result of rescoping or simply going back and taking a closer look at a project where somebody pointed out that maybe the project cost was old. So you'll notice throughout the list the highlighted yellow areas if you want to dig in and see the components there. But it's allowed us to move a number of projects up onto the constrained list. The other thing that we did is we met with the Port of Portland, with the Parks Bureau, and with the Bureau of Environmental Services, and identified projects that they would be willing to contribute to, and increased the potential funding fairly modestly from each of those three sources. So you'll see in the finance chapter some changes to the total amount of funding. So only about 2 to 3% increase in the constrained list. But we also moved some projects on as a result of conversations with other bureaus or agencies. Finally, we have a new citywide map that shows the constrained, the unconstrained, and we folded the funded projects into the constrained list. So you'll see those, both the point projects and the line projects on that. Final piece is there were a number of issues that came up around streetcar, Columbia River Crossing, and transit. And so we addressed those in the memo as well with staff recommendations on the three. And if you want to go into those, I'm happy to answer questions.
Just by way of context, I wanted to add one thing, which is that as we move into the final sort of deliberation and recommendation phase of this work, this is really the first sort of final staff deliverable that's analogous to when we released the strike through and underline policies. So just to be clear, this list is part of the TSP and the citywide project list that you ultimately have to vote to recommend to City Council. So one of the reasons we highlighted it today is we didn't want you to lose track of that as you enter the final stretch of debating verbs and the map.
Mike?
Yeah, I may have missed this. The additional projects that went onto the constrained list were those, a concern was there were a lot of small projects that might not make it. Were a fair number of those in the small project category as opposed to some three mega projects?
So many of the projects were what I might characterize as mid-sized projects. They weren't certainly not the mega projects, but there were projects that were perhaps in the $2 to $20 million range that when we took a closer look at them as a result of the public comments that we got, we were able to revise them in such a way that a smaller portion of the project could move on to the constrained list. That's many of the projects. There were, because there are so many on there, that doesn't capture the entire universe, but I'd say that probably a plurality of the changes are as a result of rescoping a project or segmenting a project.
Chris?
So process-wise, I got the email this afternoon. I was actually working at my day job, and I did not have a chance to do more than look at it to see what it contained. When will we have a chance to discuss this? Is this not until we actually do the strike-through, or do we have a chance before that to?
On June 9th and June 23rd, basically those 2 days are focused on you reviewing and identifying further amendments you wish to make to the plan. And that could include from the project list, it could include policies, or it could include map changes. So that's, both of those days are currently programmed to that. If we need more than those days, we'll schedule more. But we started by scheduling those 2 times. And we'll go from there.
Eric, did I hear you right? Did you say it does not, those discussions do not include policies, or they do include?
They do.
Okay.
On those 2 days, you have the opportunity to look at the whole plan now that we've now discussed and given you, by then we'll have given you updated versions to reflect those discussions. So that includes this project list, the maps, and the policies. And we'll be giving you the maps and the policies, as I said, in the first week of June, essentially. So June 9th will be very preliminary because you won't have had them very long. But we know that there's a few items that you already will have in your mind.
So will the entire TSP then be reissued with these recommendations updated in them? I'm just trying to understand.
These are the elements of the TSP that would move forward with this whole package of what we call Task 4 of the comp plan. There are other elements of the TSP, like the street classifications and other district-specific policies that is moving with the next batch with Task 5. So that's, this isn't close the door on the TSP, but it does establish the parts of the TSP that are going to council with this initial package are the big picture policies, which are in Chapter 9 of the comp plan, the project list, and this financial plan.
This isn't about the TSP. Will we have access to a hard copy of the revised strike-throughs and whatever?
Yeah, hard copy or digital copy, or and then the same is true of the maps. We can provide a big paper copy if you want, or the simpler way that we'll develop is a way you can look on a map online and browse around and see what's changed and what's been either removed or added as a result of all your work.
Okay. For the TSP, I'm just uncomfortable saying yes because I have some questions. And
We're
so
not
can
saying
we
yes today.
Okay. Well, can we send questions to Julie by Friday that maybe we can have PBOT respond to, or on the 9th? Does that work, Chris?
Yeah, we'll program those
Other
either
people?
to the 9th or the 23rd. Whatever.
23rd or whatever. Huh? Okay. That, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I forgot that. Yeah. Monday. So, well,
Yeah,
it
and
sounds like there's
honestly,
some questions.
what we will probably do is, I think, I don't have the calendar in front of me, but I think June 6th is the Friday before June 9th, and so, June 5th, thank you. So the first, once you have the new map and the draft policies, and you already have this, we will probably say, by June 5th, please give us your first round of potential amendment requests. And then we'll set another deadline right before the 23rd. And that way we can come into the meeting with essentially a list of things to go through and be pretty orderly about raising those amendments or not.
Okay.
There's one other item that I neglected to mention previously that I'll highlight for you. You and we received quite a few comments about gravel streets and enhanced shoulders. So one of the things we're recommending is a 10th citywide program called Alternative Street Design that would recognize that in certain places, building out to the full standard design is not practical. And so we recognize that that's an item which is included in this set of recommendations.
And the mayor put some money in his budget for that
He did.
this year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gary?
Yeah. Peter, I've had some concerns about policy 9.6, and I've been talking with Courtney and Roger Geller, and they've done a great job in assuaging some of my anxieties about that. If I would need some further clarification on policy intent, how should I pursue that prior to the meetings coming up, or do you want me to wait until the draft is out? I mean, I don't think the draft is not going to change, but I'd like to do a little advance work on this if possible.
You can continue to do the same advanced work that you've been doing, but also today on the list of consent items that are flagged for discussion, we brought that policy with us as part of that discussion too. So Okay. you could raise it today, and then when we get to that part of the agenda. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next item on this first list is the anti-displacement policy memo. And just to remind you, this first came up, anti-displacement has been on our radar for a long time, but we had significant testimony about it on February 24th. And subsequent to that, we've met with a group of stakeholders a couple of times to work through some of these issues. You received a memo from us on April 10th that gave a generalized response to where we're headed. And now I want to bring back more specific language that we're proposing that, unless you tell us otherwise tonight, would be part of this next draft that we give you. And it's organized according to the topics of their initial testimony. So if you recall, they had a memo with 4 parts, and then each of those parts had an A, B, and C, in some cases D, with some specific recommendations. And we have identified those, the specific policies as they stand as of today that relate to those issues and how we've amended them. Because some of these things moved around, in this case, we did not show you the full strike through and underline, but we've highlighted the places where there's been a change. Thought we could go through this in different sections and then discuss it as we go, or we can, I can go through this quickly and then have one general discussion.
Why don't you go through it very quickly, and then we'll have a...
So the first piece of their recommendations included, make sure this is on, the first recommendations included things about community involvement, and in particular adding emphasis on people who are potentially adversely affected by decisions. And so we've gone through and added elements to both some of the Chapter 2 public involvement goals, as well as adding some specific language around burdens and benefits and environmental justice. And so we think that gives that section of the plan a stronger emphasis, as this group had asked for. Section 2A of their initial testimony was about impact analysis, and a lot of that related to either chapter, well, it's in a couple places, chapters 1, 3, and 5, and this shows where we've added more specific emphasis on that. One idea that came out of that was to add a more specific citation of affordable housing into the equity guiding principle at the very beginning of the plan, because that is a big part of what equity is about right now, honestly. We also have an existing policy in Chapter 3 that relates to this, and then we have some policies in Chapter 5 under impact analysis and gentrification displacement risk. Section B of that recommendation was about mitigating those impacts, and we added the word mitigate to policy 3.3A. Policy 3.3 in general, including a new section C and D, is designed to specifically call out equity development issues. And 3.3C, we added a more specific reference to encouraging community benefit agreements there, as well as the potential to use exactions to help mitigate those impacts. Section 2C is more specifically about community benefits, which not only relates to what I just said, but also we added a specific policy related to urban renewal plans in Chapter 6, or I shouldn't say we added, we're recommending we add. This is actually a policy that is already in the Interstate Urban Renewal Plan, but it's worded in a way that really gets at this issue related to urban renewal plans. Section 2D is a place where we're not recommending policy changes. These recommendations related to what we believe are more appropriately tax policy and or how the city collects revenue, and this is another one of those. This is not really a comp plan topic issue. 3A is about permanently affordable home ownership and increasing the relevance of that piece. We added a policy, 5.28, on that. And then there were a couple other existing policies that related that we included here. 3B, there was a request to more specifically reference land banking, and we added a specific policy on that. 3C is another relationship to permanently affordable, which we added some language about that in policy 5.15, as well as 5.28 and 5.32. We also added new policy responding to our discussion about setting a specific target, which you can see there, as well as emphasizing the need to come up with better funding strategies to actually be able to meet that target and inventory. We also added a more specific reference to inclusionary zoning. If that were to become legal, we would have the policy basis. In 3D, there was a reference to, there was a lot of testimony about tenant rights, and we added a policy which doesn't yet have a number in this, but called renter well-being, which is fairly general because this isn't typically a comp plan topic, but we felt comfortable adding it at that level in the section that deals with housing safety and conditions, because we already have some policies there. Traditionally, tenant protections are outside the land use code, and they have their own sort of legal framework. The section 4A, there's a number of things that were bundled under the heading of a reconstruction opportunity overlay zone. And in our last memo to you on April 10th, we described how we believe that many of those specific tools are more about community development, and we're not convinced that that is really a land use tool, although they may very well be good ideas. At least not a zoning tool as we normally use the word overlay. 4B then is under the heading of the mixed use codes, which we are pursuing under both the Central City Code and the mixed use code, some bonus provisions for affordable housing, and we don't have specifics here for you today, but that's included in those projects. That's a whirlwind tour of where we are with the policies. Questions?
Questions? Catherine, then Gary.
I'm a little thrown off by the term well-being, which you have mentioned on enhanced renter well-being, and I saw that pop up, I think, on some of the work that the memo that you produced with Maggie. And so I'm kind of, I guess it's what's one's definition of well-being? Are we happy today? And I think we mean more than that, I guess. So I'm just struggling with that term, and maybe there's a better term that we use to actually describe what we're meaning by that, or we define it somewhere exactly what it is we're trying to intend with that description.
So just to piggyback off that, a couple of the items I pulled off the consent were directly related to that, and the fact that I don't know what well-being means, and if I was applying for something, I'd have no idea what I had to show, and I think I'd be vulnerable to people coming up with new and creative things. So I think we need to either define it or go back to something like health, safety, and welfare, where there probably is some established. I can go back and look at cases and see what welfare means.
Yeah, Eric, thanks for all your work on this. A couple of questions. One, I understand that there was going to be a meeting of the lawyers from the city and from some of the groups. Did that happen, and was there an outcome?
It did happen. I think it's one of what will probably be several meetings following up on that topic. This was the first one, so I'm not outcome would be strong, I think, to describe the results. We met and traded information about views on different legal issues that might arise. I think there was general agreement that some of the legal issues that we've already flagged in the memo we gave you in April are legitimate issues that we ought to be looking at, and we committed to continue exploring those issues. In the short term, the biggest concern is that there be strong policies in the comp plan. And so, we have general agreement that the policies we've recommended here are legally okay to do. There may be around the edges some further exploration of when we get down into the specific tools where that we may need to still look. But for purposes of at least getting to the initial comp plan policies, I think it's fair to say we generally had agreement about what's possible, and we agreed with them that we ought to do something that pushes the issue forward proactively.
So am I hearing that right? That was the beginning to what could be a very long conversation, or? I mean, it sounded there was some agreement on what's clearly.
Yeah, we're going to continue to meet and continue to work through the legal issues. So, I think that's the outcome. We did not come to any disagreement about the legal issues that we've already identified. So we affirmed that we've identified the issues we need to be talking about. I think is the biggest outcome of that. And we've traded this, versions of this draft. So these policies are not are being discussed. We will probably have another meeting before you vote on these policies in which we can update you once again if any of these change.
Great.
So, yeah, if I can add, Joe Zender with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. I think Eric characterized it correctly. It was a lot of validation of some of the issues we raised, that their lawyers saw it the way our lawyers did, but I wouldn't say we reached conclusions. An interesting, though, moment of, I think, consensus was the observation that if we were to build policies that gave us the authorization to go down any one of these particular paths, types of policy, land banks versus land trusts versus, you could get very specific. And we've had a tendency to want to do that in some of our comp plan policies, right? If there is a legitimate reason or a good lobbying reason to call out something specifically, you may want to include it. But the thing you want to make sure is that you've given yourself a policy basis to go pursue a family of approaches, like that it is a reasonable thing in our comp plan to take a look at different forms of extractions, for lack of a better word, from development to help pay for public benefit. That big principle, like that is a foundational one, and with that you could drive any of this stuff through it. I think, and our attorneys, they're still thinking about it. That's one place where there was agreement. And what that does for you is, if there's specific tools in here that are interesting, I think and it's a little bit related to the broadband discussion too, honestly, but we haven't vetted it to be able to tell you all cost benefits, how it complements or conflicts other things that are in the comp plan. We can't sort of represent it that here's a case for a finding around that. But in general, we could do that, and then we would have to follow up and build that case and make all the findings and do the research to do it from a technical staff point of view in a sound way. So that's part of why we're always pulling back on the details of some of these things. But the principle of being able to do extractions, being able to seek public benefit, were the policies that we tried to get in there.
And that's probably the biggest picture push from this, is this additional emphasis on seeking public benefit and involving those who are potentially negatively impacted by decisions. And this policy language is stronger because of that testimony and the dialogue we've had.
Mike, you had a
yeah. Well, I think you've been really responsive to the input we've had, and I forgot my other point. other than we've been asked to show some leadership in this issue. You all saw the memo from Peg Malloy, as director of the Portland Housing Center, and I think we do need to do that. We have heard from a lot of folks that this is a huge issue, and I'll remember what I was going to say earlier later.
Don?
I think I also think it's important, and it's very compelling, and I think we are being responsive by framing these policies. One little detail: if you're going to use the word exactions, use the word incentives close by.
Yes, yeah. When I said extractions, I'm not sure what this word is, but
that's the coal industry.
It is.
You know what I mean, Joe?
Natural gas.
A lot of times you can accomplish as much, if not more, with very effective incentives that aren't impactful.
Well, and what you'll see when you see the housing bonus study is the math for this extraction or incentive. It's all the same math. There's only so much return in a project, and we're trying to add value, but take part of it and spend it on something that makes us better, but for a public benefit, it's only so much, unless we're doing the math wrong. An incentive won't be used if that math is wrong, and extraction will stop development if that math is wrong. And so but it's the same math.
And I just remembered, I had the same problem with well-being, and it seems like we're talking about renter stability. Might be a better way to phrase it.
Well, on the rental stability issue, that's beyond a gentrification issue. That's just, housing affordability and the burden you carry in a place that's getting more expensive.
So are you saying extraction rather than exaction on purpose?
No, it was just sloppy
Okay,
language.
so we're talking rough proportionality being a limit here.
Well, no, right now, yes, if there was if there was a mandatory exaction, I'm the one who said it, exaction, we'd have to meet all those rules. The approach that we're taking right now is an incentive. So the rules, you can choose not to take it, so we don't think those rules necessarily apply. But if it's mandatory, proportionality and all that has to be addressed.
Okay. Gary and then Maggie.
Another question I had was around the on-site versus off-site mitigation activities, and that came up in the April 10th memo, but it came up in a specific form in the housing policy around land banking. And the question is the same, whether that's going to be on-site or off-site, and what the community development meaning of that is, because in effect, if a neighborhood is gentrifying and a developer is able to mitigate at another site, aren't you really just allowing the gentrification of that neighborhood to happen and saying, well, we'll try to make up for it over here by creating a specific community, presumably of affordable housing over here, but not where it was originally located? And so
Well, so we're going to have a whole separate discussion on this when we take a look at the bonus approach. But the way that approach is drafted right now would have the ability, would have a ratio that says for this much bonus, we expect this much housing.
Mm-hmm.
You can provide it on site, and which is a good thing, or for a little less better deal in terms of the math, you could pay into a housing fund. And what the housing fund allows you to do is overcome the fact that when you see the bonus study, some of these are not producing very many units per project. So is it reasonable to expect that a developer is going to really know how to or want to do 4 units and manage that separately in a building of a certain size? However, a fund that's there that can support the creation of affordable housing could then be used by a developer that's either a nonprofit like REACH or a for-profit like Ed McNamara, who's not afraid of doing that, who knows how the system works, and build it. And hopefully, if the rest of our policies and our comp plan are followed in these places that are rich in opportunity. It will cost more, we'll produce fewer units, but our overall package, right, is that it gives more opportunities for the household. So we think that's how we're doing it in the draft study we're doing. It's not anywhere near code. I mean, right now, you all have not discussed and we have not evaluated the benefits and pros and cons of being more forceful about mixed income buildings. It's not an issue I would feel grounded to represent on today. Given our sort of assessment of the issue with rising prices overall and areas where people are being priced out that looks more like gentrification, getting as much affordable housing built by any means necessary is tactic one, because we're never going to be able to build enough. Any means necessary, get it built.
That sounds familiar. That's from the late 60s.
Yeah, it's late 60s. I extracted it from the late 60s. So that's how we did the analysis, Gary. It's sort of like we didn't cross that other issue because we got to get issue one solved first, honestly, or addressed, not solved.
Maggie?
Yeah, no, the reason I asked was the recent New York Times report about the next generation impacts of children moving from challenged neighborhoods to more opportunity-rich neighborhoods and what that means. And so I certainly support the idea of as much affordable housing as possible, but the location of it, the social location and the physical location is also very important. And I guess the policy question is, do we want something more specific in the comp plan, or do we want to just depend on the whole web of policy and relationships among policies in the comp plan?
Well, I believe if we let me review it, but I believe if we look at the housing policy section, it makes that exact case, because that's why the Housing Bureau, that's the reasoning behind the Housing Bureau's opportunity analysis. That policy, which in some form is in the comp plan, says even though you might produce fewer units, the overall benefit to the household is to be in these places of opportunity, so that's where you should invest first. And so that's in there. And if we were to do the analysis, especially once you see the economics of the bonus study, that even though it produces fewer units, you'll see all the risks of whether or not a policy that sort of only has the option of building it on site is likely to succeed. We have the policy basis either now or in the future with this policy that's in the comp plan to go down that path if we determine it's the right way to go. Places like New York, they have a different housing market than ours. Ours is untested. That's part of what we have to see. We have to see, even when you see the numbers, if these numbers are going to work, because it's our estimate of what the cost of construction and return is, and it's somewhat volatile, so you need to build in a buffer so you make sure that the whole thing works, and you need to recalibrate it regularly because you could get out of touch with the marketplace.
Okay, thanks. I guess we'll all have the chance to review the policies again when the June 1 draft comes out.
Maggie?
So I've actually got some of Howard's comments sprinkled in here, so you get double of it. He really wanted this to be touched on. So I guess you were talking about studies. Did I see an explicit, well, I guess you have the impact analysis that you incorporated in there, so you're incorporating policies specific to increasing further study of these policies, of these tools, or is that feasible?
As a general policy, we have the impact analysis policy in Chapter 5. So that policy applies to the whole comp plan. So I don't know if that's what you're getting at, but
So the tool, you said it's more appropriate to continue studies into the future on the feasibility or applicability of certain tools.
Well, yeah, I'm not, for one of the things that we did discuss in the meeting with the advocates and the attorneys was on this question of impact study, where do you use it? When do you use it? What is the right scale of project to use this for? If you were trying to say for this apartment building, you're going to have to do an impact study, My best professional judgment is it's not workable, and there's no real way to do that.
And that's why it says in the policy 5.11, it says legislative land use decisions, which generally means larger area plans and zoning studies as opposed to individual building permits.
So, Maggie, what that would mean is in case like the Albina plan, boom, we figure out how to do an impact study and build policy and program around it. But so that was the debate about the impact study. But as part of those kind of projects, for the impact on housing, I'd say even with our gentrification policy now, we've sort of built that into the way we have to think about those.
Okay. And then I'm going to look at some of these bigger ones, but recommendation 2D. So you said taxes are not, it's not appropriate to impose a tax through the comprehensive plan, but would a linkage fee, as was proposed in some of their language, that would still be a type of tax? Is that?
No, well, a linkage fee goes to more of what Michelle was talking about. It's exactions. The tax was this. The tax proposal was this, that you would, where there were windfall profits, there would be a tax applied to recapture some of that windfall for public benefit, except if that windfall happened to, well, so that's the principle is
property tax,
it's
essentially.
Some jurisdictions have things like this, but even there, they tend to be related to programs that help finance the purchase in the first place, like a clawback kind of limitation on how much you can actually profit. In a land use setting, we don't know how to do that as a condition of a land use, that you would have a payment have to be made that's reflective of some windfall profit.
You could, the city council has the power to, within the limits of state law, the city has the power to adopt different property tax applications. And so they can discuss that, but it's not so much a zoning code issue.
It would be more like a real estate transaction tax, which they don't necessarily, versions of they have the ability to do, other versions they don't, to the extent I understand it. Right, it's not a zoning thing.
And you're also talking about the impacts on wealth creation within families. If you do that, you've got.
Well, no, and but even in the tax code, you probably have more means to create income-based circuit breakers than you would in the zoning code. Yeah.
I think a lot of that needs to go into the clawback idea. That it's not just the big bad developer that's potentially adversely impacted by that.
Correct.
So I have a couple of just language fixes, or not fixes, but suggestions that I saw here. Again, I think it goes to a lot of our strength and verbiage conversation, so I can provide those later, but it's just examples of 3.3D, consider use of exactions, putting in other strategies, so it's a little more open-ended.
Exactions are pretty open-ended.
Okay.
And when you get beyond, so in a land use context, and once again, I'm not a lawyer, my read would be exactions allows us, following the rules that are set by case law, to try to seek payment of a certain amount of the value of or the expenditures on a project and spend that for a public benefit if you meet the rules of proportionality and fairness. And so other things that we might do, I think if you analyzed them in the end to look at them in land use terms, really are just different ways of an exaction. Like you could say, even in the housing one, you can build a housing unit. That doesn't seem like a classic exaction where you're taking money out, but it is. So it has to, if it was a requirement, it'd have to meet all those same rules. So that's just a general term for that whole approach that we're saying we're going to get some money out of development that's done in a fair and balanced way and spend it on a public good, and you can invent any legally defensible way you want to try to do that.
And then just through the community involvement section, I think it's great that it's being incorporated. I just would emphasize that encouraging equity. I mean, equity is both a process and an outcome. So just keeping that in mind when you're like crafting the language, it's that process of involvement, that process of those most impacted are involved. So just emphasizing that throughout that area. And yeah, I think Howard did ask specifically about recommendation 2B requiring mitigation for anticipated affordability and displacement impacts. That it was a bit, I mean, more of a, he asked if it was a compromise, but I think we went over this, that we already had some, you had the dialogue with a number of the anti-displacement coalition members because it didn't fit per se what was in their language.
Yeah, do you know which policy is it?
2B, mitigation.
2B.
Yeah, there's several. I mean,
Oh,
3.3
So you,
is
I
the
mean,
policy.
you
I
emphasize
see what you're
mitigate. I'm
saying.
just looking over it as it came up. You just put this in.
Yeah, we took the general idea, which we believe was being promoted by their testimony, and put it into this policy. And it may not be the same exact language they gave us because we were putting it into a particular policy.
Right, and even here, if you look at 3.3C, that's in the spirit of advancing a notion, this community benefit agreements. It's saying in that policy, we don't think that's a land use thing. If you're making an investment, like a urban renewal investment, you can expect something in return for that. And so negotiate community benefit agreements. But we don't think that, especially a negotiated one that's not clearly defined, is not something we can do through zoning. Exactions are, if you can meet the test and you're willing to do it.
So the test of whether whether this language is considered a compromise or whether it's fully in sync with the thinking of this group, again, we're going to meet with them again before you vote. So we ought to be able to bring back any further staff amendments that reflect those conversations.
Okay. Don, you had a comment?
Yeah, I have a comment. This is the kind of situation where we really need to proceed with caution and be very careful, about how we proceed with this policy. And we have to pick our spots about where it's going to work, what kind of situation. Because I met with the anti-displacement people a week or so ago. And by the way, you guys have shown up with the coolest signs that we've ever seen here. You were very cool. And we talked about this. And I would say that, maybe a pushback, because we are a capitalist country, from the private development community would be, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this up front when I'm trying to build a project? Why aren't you trying to facilitate me building the project so you get the increased tax revenue at the end? They look at it that simply, many of them. So Joe and Eric, as we proceed, keep that in the back of your mind, and that's why I kind of came up with the word incentives kind of combined with the exactions, not extractions. We got to consider both approaches, and we got to pick our spots carefully where this will work.
Well, and I think, as I said one more time, that's a good analysis of the situation, because if the objective is to find the means to build affordable housing, what are the means that are within the public jurisdiction's grasp to do that? I think what the bonus study is showing, that in most situations, the idea of the bonus exaction isn't producing very much. So it'll do what it does, but if you're really serious about the affordable housing goal, you need to look at bonds, you need to look at, other forms of public finance, and sometimes we're there and sometimes we're not. That's an evolving sort of appetite for that sort of thing at the local level.
Right. Last questions
We could actually just say support land banking tactics. And see, that's what a little bit I'm trying to say. We're endorsing this, even this land banking one is like a little bit beyond what we've analyzed to be able to tell you it's the best way or the only way. However, in our analysis of working on PAL division, getting in ahead of the game, be it, and it isn't necessarily publicly owned, and it isn't necessarily buying the whole property. It's getting in ahead and buying 10, 15, 20, 60 years of affordability.
Yep.
So that we should rewrite to be more general. Yeah, I think. I can't remember exactly how it got written that way. So.
One more.
Just one quick one. So Don brought up the idea of what developers will argue back in some instances. So one I've heard is that if you increase supply, you necessarily increase affordability. That's the supply and demand. So I'd like to hear the discussion of why that hasn't worked.
Well, I think a fair way to say it is that if you do not increase supply, you cannot be affordable if you're a place where people want to live. Like the demand will outstrip the supply, and the people with the most resources will bid the price. Well, the most resources and the most pressing need to be in the place will outbid other people. And nationally, that is the phenomenon. And it's like the reference at some folks in Massachusetts coined for it was displacement without development. It's just supply and demand bidding up prices. People can no longer afford, and people are moving. And in our region, and so in Portland, we do have a lot of apartment buildings in the pipeline. So at some point, the rent levels are going to moderate. We tend to be a conservative market in terms of how much gets built. We've just seen, really for the first time in a long time, other than in the central city, and it really, I guess it is the central city, but big apartment developments and what's going on in the Lloyd, that's REIT money. That's a different kind of investment than the people who are building on divisions in Vancouver's and Williams. So the good news is, for a few decades, we've been a place that tends not to overbuild, although people got exposed in the recession, but I don't think that was so much overbuilding. But as a result of that, our supply and demand stays pretty tight. The other thing is, in our region, we are the only place with the complete community compact development transit-supported product. We're that only place. And I think if you saw the Tribune over this last week, John Fregonese was arguing to the other cities in the regions, you got to get yourself some of that market. And Orenco is an example. There's ways to do it. When there's more choices for the market, for the folks who are outbidding other folks in town because they just want to be in that kind of place and can do it, we'll get back in balance as well. Those are long-term processes. So we face this crunch of affordability in a significant way for a while. And that's why, either the tactic to stop development is not practical, feasible, or legal or desirable. The practice of extraction, exactions, and getting a little bit of money out of developments, if we can't bring ourselves to more direct ways of financing it, that's why we're going down that path, because it's easy to villainize developers and get a little money out. And the logic also, works. So that's where we're facing. That's the lift. That's the dilemma we're facing right now. And so all of this work, even we're doing on PAL and division, the innovation there is this land banking idea, or the going in and doing existing building affordability preservation, because there's like these 20-unit mom and pop individually owned apartment buildings. Can you keep them affordable with less investment than it costs to build? Doesn't increase the supply, but it gives you an extended period of affordability. It strikes me as the game we're in for a while now.
And just back partly to your initial question, I think is, you said it, but we haven't yet fully come out of the recession, in the sense that even last year when we had a lot of building permits, we still haven't got all those buildings occupied. So from a supply and demand point of view, we're still coming out of the recession and have not yet put enough supply into the market to really.
Yeah, there's tens of thousands of units in the pipeline, but that pipeline's will take a while.
Just one comment on the housing is, so we're just finishing up a study with the Housing Bureau that we haven't brought to this group yet. But Commissioner Saltzman, as Commissioner in charge of housing, has us to have a work session with city council members to discuss it and and it's a lot of these same issues and how do you get some kind of funding out of development to be able to do other affordable housing and what are the tools to do that. And so we did that study with the Housing Bureau. And so we'll send out an email to you all, but I think it might be great to have a couple of you there for that discussion. It's just an informal discussion with council members, but it's definitely one that in the past may have been more of a Housing Bureau discussion only, and by your involvement in the development of the comprehensive plan, absolutely, I think the Planning and Sustainability Commission is a part of that discussion now.
Well, great. So are we comfortable with what the anti-displacement policies currently described? We can still send in comments, and it sounds like there'll be a version 2 that comes out in the final.
Yeah. This is a check-in on that topic.
Gary?
Yeah, I just wanted to add my thanks again to staff and also to our friends in the coalition for the integrity and quality of the approach and also the delightful aesthetics.
And thank you for being very courteous and allowing us to get our work done. So thank you very much.
The next topic was to look back at verbs, and you should have a fairly concise memo. The first part of the memo is just a reminder. In January, we did a staff memo about how we believe that this plan would be, how words in this plan are balanced and how policies are balanced overall. And so we repeated a few reminders there about how no one verb trumps all others. It's a balancing process, and City Council does get to decide how they balance and make findings about how they balance. That said, they do have strength, and part of balancing is to pay some attention to the strength. So what we've printed as the remainder of the memo, which hopefully you have more than have both the first page as well as the list of verbs. Is that true? Okay. So in there, yeah, I know I said that because the version I have only doesn't have the verbs. It just has the front page. So do we have some missing? Yeah.
There's really no verb.
I can't because I don't have the memo on the computer either. So we may have a technical glitch. Well, they may need to look at them.
Here, I'll go make some copies.
Go make some copies, and I'll start by just listing and. What we have on there is encourage, ensure, evaluate, facilitate, limit, maintain, prevent, prohibit, protect, and require. And these are some of the ones that are all wrapped up in this balancing question. And so what we've shown is the current state of that language. It doesn't mean it's the final state, but this is kind of our last check-in before you have to start asking for amendments to it. So we wanted to have an informal conversation, just seeing the language as it exists right now. We have changed some of this language from the original proposal based on the feedback from all of you and from public testimony. We also attempted to make it so that these verbs weren't citing each other, so that they have independent definitions.
See, protect.
Yeah, there was a few circular loops in the original draft, and we've tried to clean that up and make them independently verifiable through the dictionary. So that's why we did this. For those of you who have a copy in front of you, does anyone want to start off with observations? Or?
Well, yeah, my observation is one of the people who brings this issue up, I guess, as much as anybody, at least. I'm okay with these, as long as they're. I think what we were interested in doing was having them defined, so everybody has a clear understanding. And to me, the definitions, I think, represent what most people think these words mean. And I think this is a horse we don't need to beat anymore, in my opinion. Unless
I will not
Michelle
beat the horse.
says-
All I want to
unless
say,
Michelle
no,
says something.
I appreciate the circularity coming out because that helps a lot. And I think the expansion of protect is more consistent with how the policies actually read in the cases where you give examples of potential policies. I do think that the text of the plan needs to include specific reference that there is no verb that's a trump and that the city council can balance past the verbs, because I think that if you don't say that in the comp plan, you could get hung up at LUBA.
Yeah, and you'll see we're in the final edits of the introduction and the how do you use this plan chapter, which will have that language in it.
I think it provides a lot of clarity to, as we get ready to read, whether it says encourage, ensure, protect, prevent, prohibit. It just provides a lot of clarity to what that verb means and the distinctions of how they start connecting together for a policy. So.
Should we all use these in a sentence?
All right.
I tried that.
There's a
with Joe the
gentleman
other
married
day.
to a teacher.
Okay,
So
so
I think
obviously
we're
the
good
book
with
isn't
the verb.
closed on these, but if you do have any further observations on the verbs, let us know. These will be in the glossary chapter at the end, and in the final version of the plan, it was our intent that there be hyperlinks where these words appear so that you can kind of see that. We won't have that in the draft that you're going to review coming up soon, but we want you to know that that's kind of the longer term publishing intent.
Great.
Right, right. So the next item, which the last memo that we gave you was on the proposed policy, original 8.74, which was acquisition of surplus property. And this was a memo we mostly were handling through memo format, and we didn't expect there to be discussion, but it was a topic that came up at a session a while ago, and we hadn't closed the loop. So that memo was to try and close the loop of that discussion that we didn't get through. So I don't know if there are any questions or observations about that. The author, Michelle Koenig-North, is here. So.
Yeah, the only comment I've got is with regard to disposition of property. One of the things we did, when Commissioner Saltzman was at the county, is we got them to adopt. It always goes back. Just is there a theme here with my involvement? We actually got the county to adopt what was called a green screen. In other words, they actually looked at every property to see what its ecological value was. And I don't know if that's part of this administrative rule or not, but we got into quite a dust up over the fact that the county said we have surplus property, gave it to an affordable housing producer. It was on a stream in a wetland. It was absurd, and it just set up this huge battle, unfortunately. And so I don't know. It's just a comment whether the city is looking at that process to include something, a screening process that says, hey, this property is actually pretty ecologically valuable. But no, not as part of. Since we're talking about it, and
Mike, I'm going to take some notes on that and pass. We're working on that
Sure.
policy. Yeah.
outside the comp plan.
Okay, so those were the memos portion of the evening. We're a little bit behind schedule, but I want to pass out the next piece. If we don't get through all of this, we will stop and at least get through our transition at the end of the meeting. Pass those out. So the format of this piece that I'm passing out is in the consent list. If you recall, there were about 82, precisely 82, in fact, policy changes that we sent on a consent list, and a number of you identified a few that you'd like to talk about. What I've done is print the initial staff statement on a piece of paper, and then below that, the current specific language that we will be bringing you that relates to those issues, because we have it. So we can go through each of those, and you can look at where we're at and discuss if the commissioner who raised it wants to dispense with it and say, it looks good, then we can give a thumbs up. If the commissioner who raised it wants more discussion, we can go from there. So the first three were the first three were Commissioner Rudd, and they all were around the well-being section of that. And so, you know, if your comment essentially boils down to define well-being, I can move forward with that, and we maybe don't need to talk about it other than this shows you where that is in the specific language. Okay, so we'll work on that definition and the next one was number 34, which Commissioner Talmadge raised, and that was about a central city housing policy, and that's the specific language there. Did you have anything else that you wanted to discuss or raise? Okay. The next one was Commissioner Baugh. I think you raised a question about, we moved a policy which used to be 7.32 about coordinated stormwater management, and we moved it into Chapter 8. And I think you raised the question about the pedestrian safety piece being removed, and do you want to elaborate on that?
So my concern was with dropping pedestrian safety when PBOT does their evaluation of projects, if it just says safety, that's one consideration. If it says pedestrian or bike safety, it's a higher, if it specifically calls out pedestrian or bike, it's a higher ranking than just safety. So if you're looking at an infrastructure and it's stormwater, it can get more points to do something if it's pedestrian or bicycle versus just saying it's safety. There's a lot of safety projects. Every project's a safety project almost on a street. So it elevates that and gets a better ranking and more probable funding down the road. So I was concerned about the loss of pedestrian in that specific language.
Yeah, I can also say that the motivation for the words even being in there to begin with had to do with the fact that we often get into a battle of, usually when we're adding impervious surface to a street, it's because we're trying to add a sidewalk. And so there was a fairly specific thing there. So this also, Michelle isn't here, she's the author of that chapter, but I can, if the commission is interested in us restoring the pedestrian piece to that, I think that we can do that.
There was some language that was sent earlier that I was actually comfortable with. That still said safety and just said safety includes, I believe, pedestrian and bike components.
Strike 7.32.
No,
yeah, but it moves its content into 8.46, but the word pedestrian didn't make it.
Yeah.
So you said that we also gave you some other alternate language that we'll follow up on. Okay. The next one was, just broadly speaking, Commissioner Rudd was interested in seeing the parking policies as they exist. So that's.
Jump back for a second. On the first page, it was 40, and it was about the housing policy and things like dealing with lead, asbestos, and radon. My question there was just, are we going after things if they're sealed, or?
I don't think this is specific enough to answer that question, but our intent was that originally we had the sort of and materials part of 5.48. And it was pointed out that the word, this is a verb issue, the word encourage, we actually do require, in some cases when it relates to these hazardous things. So we decided to break that require part out related to materials.
So I didn't know what we were doing to affordable housing, for example, if it's not a problem.
Well, there are elements of this that are in the multifamily sort of basic codes, even outside of new development. So it does in certain situations. So but I'm not sure I'm prepared to go through all the nuances of that.
The reason for the question was just to understand if we were being broader than we intended.
Okay. I will, I understand the question now, so I'll chase down the question of how far does that reach, and does it go there?
I just had a question related to this. So, you've proposed policies like encourage incentivized or inclusionary zoning, if it, along the lines of if it passes at the state level. Could that apply to regulations and rental protections for tenants, or related to safety hazards, related to just cause evictions?
It does. I mean, we do have, the city does regulate landlord and tenant relationships, not through the zoning code or the comp plan necessarily, but there are regulations related to that. The safety stuff around safe housing and materials originally did start with the comp plan years ago and got rolled into other codes, and so it's a little bit different, but it's still not part of the zoning code. I don't know if that directly answered your question, but
Yeah, I was just thinking about a parallel in terms of, inclusionary zoning. Well, I guess that's legality rather than zoning versus a regulation. So I guess there's not an exact parallel. So
Okay.
the answer is it.
The last item on this list was Commissioner Oxman, who has had a dialogue with Portland transportation staff around the transportation hierarchy wording, and this is the current draft that we're working with. And I think your dialogue was about the sentence that's underlined in the second part about with the intent of optimizing right away for multiple modes on the same street. And you did provide some additional alternate language that staff is looking at right now.
Yeah, my fundamental concern is that the hierarchy or priority ordered list is a pretty radical change for this town, and finding some language that clearly states what that means and how it's going to be implemented, I think is important for public support. I don't think this is the kind of change that you ram down the public's throat. I think it's one where we need to bring the public along. And so as I've looked at it more, my fundamental anxiety about what it means in terms of this scenario of mixed traffic in the same lane as a fallback or as the preferred approach, that's gone away. I understand in much more detail now about the various standards that are applied and stuff. But if I just read this cold, it doesn't quite say what it needs to say. So I think some language simplification might be helpful, and I'll try to work on some of that when I see this is what we're going to see, and this is June 1.
This is what you'll see on June 1 unless we have further modification before then.
Okay.
I don't know if Commissioner Smith has any further comments, because you've been in the TEG meetings with this was discussed.
Well, I think I'm pretty comfortable with what I see in this version. I think this is a radical change, and it's intended to be a radical change, I guess is the way I feel, that we're going to have difficulty implementing the objectives in our bicycle master plan and pedestrian master plan.
I'm sorry, Chris, can you speak up a little bit?
We're going to have difficulty implementing the objectives of our bicycle master plan and pedestrian master plan unless we get serious about this kind of prioritization.
I think
agree.
What you're alluding to is, in order to fully understand what this means, you have to know a level beyond what's written here in terms of how the city's going to handle this, in terms of we're not necessarily throwing the cyclists out into mixed traffic on Sandy Boulevard. There's a design treatment that has to be implemented to deal with this, and it could involve loss of lane or loss of parking. Or
the TAG has had some discussions about what would a PBOT project manager actually do when designing the roadway to implement this. And, frankly, there's still a lot of questions about how that process will work.
Yes. So my concern about the language is that we have enough clarity so that the public understands and supports it as best they will according to their own needs and preferences. and that there's a consistent reading by various staff over the 20 years that this will be implemented, which is a challenge. But I did, because I've been looking at this so much, I started thinking about one little implementation detail, and that is zero emission vehicles. Now, how do you design something that's really different from zero emission vehicles and versus other vehicles, and how do you tell the difference? And is that a practical thing to even talk about?
The two ways that I've seen this play out potentially is in the parking lane, you can decide to prioritize a parking space for electric charging, for example. So that would be an example of us prioritizing a zero emission vehicle. Or you can, cities have done HOV lane prioritization that allows low emission or zero emission vehicles to be part of that. I think it's probably increasingly hard to tell, but those are two specific examples of how it's been done in the past.
Well,
they have a list of models. But
Right.
you're right in the sense that I'm not going to be able. The city is unlikely to have a program that will allow a zero emission vehicle to drive down a lane of Broadway and not another vehicle. We don't yet have that level of sophistication.
Yeah, and all right. Hey, my feeling on this, frankly, is an SOV is an SOV, regardless of what fuel it uses. If people want to have more fuel-efficient cars, I'm all in favor of that. But in terms of how they use the roadway, the key factor is that it's still an SOV. Right.
The other two quick changes to highlight here is we did internally recommend that we move the special accommodations concept to be number one on the list, because we were thinking, well, that really is the most vulnerable user of the road. And that was testimony that we heard. And then we also, in response to continued testimony from the freight community, we added the phrase "in tandem with people movement" to the goods movement policy, so that it was clear that they weren't to be viewed in isolation, that you had to coordinate those two policies and the meaning of them. And "in tandem" seemed like the right verb or word phrase, because it means that you are tightly coordinated.
Well, the other testimony I believe I heard was the idea that we should put safety at the top of the priority list. So just whatever treatment makes the roadway safer should be the highest priority. It's sort of part of Vision Zero concept.
And that is in the follow-up list below of how you implement that concept. Any other questions on this? Again, we'll follow up with Gary on the specific suggestions, and then you'll see this on June 1 or thereabouts. So we're almost back to schedule. The last two items then was to move on to the commissioner disclosure, and I understand you have a list that Julie has distributed, and I think.
So the list, has everybody reviewed the list? Does everybody need to add, delete, make any changes? Oh, everyone's good?
So for the benefit of the audience or anyone on the tape, this is a list of contacts outside the meeting that commissioners have had that relate to some of these topics, disclosure of those external meetings, so that folks going forward have a chance to know about that.
Great. So we're all okay with it? You're in agreement? Yep. So we're good.
Let me think about that.
The next, the last item, now we're ahead of schedule.
Keep moving.
For a brief moment. The last moment is just to go over questions about next steps. And so you have 3 meetings or more, but at least 3, June 9th and June 23rd, and then July 14th. And the first 2 of those, the idea is that by then you will have a link to the updated map from us. You'll have the new strike through and underline in whatever form you want, either printed or electronic or both. And you'll have the transportation list that PBOT gave you today. and looking at all that. And you'll also have the updated CSP document, which also has projects, although you didn't get very much testimony about the sewer or water project list, but that's all still there. Eventually, in July, we're going to ask for you to vote on all this, so that the June meetings are essentially your opportunities to raise your hand again and say, I still can't live with how you did X, Y, or Z. And we will itemize those and ask for you to send those in ahead of time so that we can bring in essentially a decision guide in each meeting and go through those. When we get into that stage, we're going to do it a little more, get into more of the voting styles. So we'll ask for a motion and a second. So we'll start to get a sense of whether an individual concern is shared by many or just, the rest of you want to move on. And so we'll go through that and get through all that before we actually call a final vote on the as amended final document.
So the 23rd, people should have at least theoretically, all of their final changes to you, or is that
we will strive for that, and I'm using
because those would be the amendments that we would then have a list of amendments to vote on.
If
correct?
that doesn't
on the
work,
14th?
we'll add time, but that's our attempt is to have you do that. The other thing that's happening on the 23rd is we have a hearing on the scenarios report, which we've now published and sent notice out to people. And if you recall, that's stepping back from all the details of the language. That's did we accomplish some of the things we set out to accomplish in terms of the bigger picture Portland metrics? And so that is a hearing, so you'll get testimony about that. Some folks might use that as an opportunity to testify about the overall plan. So I wouldn't assume that there'll be no one here. And so that's your last opportunity to hear and discuss, did we meet some of our bigger picture objectives? And Commissioner Houck is holding that.
Again, when will that be?
That's on June 23rd is the hearing for that. That'll be the first part of the agenda there.
And I'm going to suggest we have Julie just clarify how much time on each of these upcoming agendas we have for a comprehensive plan, just so we have the right expectations of how much we can get done on each of these meetings, because we don't have the full agendas on any of the dates we just mentioned. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and the biggest time there is the biggest time commitment is probably the amendment process, which is June 23rd. And so whether you get through it all on June 23rd may depend on how many people show up for the scenarios report hearing. If there's extra time, we'll use that. If we don't, some of the amendment may have to happen on July 14th instead. And then, we think it's a good idea that you vote on a day separate from finishing your amendments, just for clarity's sake. So we would hold over the we would hold over the vote till the following session, but just so that you know, that July meeting could become sort of wrapping up the amendment votes too. We're going to be a little bit play it by ear as we go forward.
Sounds good. Questions?
Just a comment. I mean, I'm definitely not in favor of taking more time. We need to 2.5 hours. Very optimistic for that. I'm happy to drive. Or less.
And then there's still.
Any final comments, questions? Just to recap, this Friday, your comments on the Central East Side 2035. If you have comments, questions, get them in to Julie. Monday, on your other comments on whether we had verbs or the anti-displacement or any of those things, the memos that were presented, if you have comments Monday, for those comments, get them to Julie again so they can get back to you. Anything else? I think we're adjourned. Huh? Oh, and then Chris and Teresa are meeting on data, broadband, open data. All right. Come back and tell us what that's about. We are adjourned. Thank you.